Welcome to Sleepy Decimal Mathematics 3. Standard base 10 number system using digits 0 to 9. Let's begin sleeping to decimal mathematics.
Decimal 4 minus 4 equals 0. Decimal 6 minus 2 equals 4. Decimal 2 modded by 0 equals 2. Decimal 6 to the power of 1 equals 6. Decimal 6 divided by 6 equals 1. Decimal 2 exclusive or 6 equals 4. Decimal 69 plus 77 equals 146. Decimal 19 exclusive or 92 equals 79. Decimal 37 multiplied with 93 equals 3,441. Decimal 99 divided by 7 equals 14.142857142857142857. Decimal 27 multiplied with 15 equals 405. Decimal 83 multiplied with 70 equals 5,810. Decimal 34 divided by 7 equals 4.8571428571428571443. Decimal 28 minus 95 equals negative 67. Decimal 4 multiplied with 82 equals 328. Decimal 58 to the power of 1 equals 58. Decimal 20 minus 69 equals negative 49. Decimal 82 minus 95 equals negative 13. Decimal 11 divided by 32 equals 0.34375. Decimal 8 divided by 63 equals 0.1269841269841269884. Decimal 22 divided by 81 equals 0.27160493827160493. Decimal 64 divided by 79 equals 0.8101265822784811013. Decimal 65 divided by 64 equals 1.015625. Decimal 41 divided by 11 equals 3.7272727272727272773. Decimal 57 not in with 89 equals 102. Decimal 11 minus 93 equals negative 82. Decimal 39 not or 54 equals 8. Decimal 17 multiplied with 69 equals 1,173. Decimal 956 plus 178 equals 1,134. Decimal 74. Minus 22. Equals 52. Decimal 379. And 242. Equals 114. Decimal 537. Not or 355. Equals 132. Decimal 508. And 974. Equals 460. Decimal 169. Not and with 70. Equals 255. Decimal 528. Divided by 735. Equals 0.71836734693877551. Decimal 739. Minus 453. Equals 286. Decimal 34. Minus 994. Equals negative 960. Decimal 295. Minus 507. Equals negative 212. Decimal 258. Multiplied with 940. Equals 242,520. Decimal 594. Multiplied with 3. Equals 1782. Decimal 23. Divided by 889. Equals 0.0258717660292463444. Decimal 833. Plus 616. Equals 1449. Decimal 684. Divided by 485. Equals 1.4103092783505154464. Decimal 674. Divided by 145. Equals 4.6482758620689655117. Decimal 945. Minus 660. Equals 285. Decimal 361. Modded by 615. Equals 361. Decimal 640. Modded by 909. Equals 640. Decimal 711. Minus 330. Equals 381. Decimal 585. Plus 515. Equals 1100. Decimal 939. Divided by 403. Equals 2.330024813895781638. Decimal 339. Modded by 656. Equals 339. Decimal 457. Modded by 21. Equals 16. Decimal 726. Modded by 737. Equals 726. Decimal 959. Modded by 253. Equals 200. Decimal 67. Multiplied with 276. Equals 18,492. Decimal 608. Multiplied with 819. Equals 497,952. Decimal 649. Minus 943. Equals negative 294. Decimal 321. Not or 439. Equals 8. Decimal 530. Minus 866. Equals negative 336. Decimal 63. Minus 843. Equals negative 780. Decimal 589. Divided by 700. Equals 0.841428571428571429. Decimal 227. Not and with 355. Equals 412. Decimal 433. Minus 799. Equals negative 366. Decimal 927. Not and with 886. Equals 233. Decimal 876. Divided by 224. Equals 3.910714285714285714. Decimal 364. Minus 370. Equals negative 6. Decimal 262. Minus 638. Equals negative 376. Decimal 951. Exclusive or 511. Equals 584. Decimal 969. Exclusive or 445. Equals 628. Decimal 5626. Exclusive or 9720. Equals 12290. Decimal 1134. Minus 5127. Equals negative 3993. Decimal 8901. Not or 9481. Equals 6194. Decimal 558. Multiplied with 8071. Equals 4,503,618. Decimal 4572. Divided by 8233. Equals 0.5553261265638284995. Decimal 7624. Not and with 5783. Equals 2943. Decimal 1657. Or 185. Equals 1785. Decimal 784. Or 4664. Equals 4920. Decimal 4163. Not or 8666. Equals 3620. Decimal 3915. Plus 9675. Equals 13,590. Decimal 3401. Not and with 2986. Equals 1783. Decimal 2. Exclusive or 7826. Equals 7824. Decimal 9174. Or 3419. Equals 12,255. Decimal 8637. Exclusive or 3831. Equals 12,106. Decimal 7804. not and with 30, equals 8,163. Decimal 5,371. Plus 2030. Equals 7,401. Decimal 2859. Minus 1,476. Equals 1,383. Decimal 1,322. Plus 6,320. Equals 7,642. Decimal 6,284. Divided by 790. Equals 7.9544303797468354443. Decimal 8,516. Plus 2328. Equals 10,844. Decimal 1,299. Minus 8,230. Equals negative 6,931. Decimal 2571. Minus 2030. Equals 541. Decimal 2568. Multiplied with 6,706. Equals 17,221,008. Decimal 2520. Multiplied with 6,224. Equals 15,684,480. Decimal 975. Plus 4,817. Equals 5,792. Decimal 1,421. Multiplied with 8,956. Equals 12,726,476. Decimal 6,875. Plus 2739. Equals 9,614. Decimal 1870. Plus 4,859. Equals 6,729. Decimal 4,452. Multiplied with 9,569. Equals 42,601,188. Decimal 2286. Multiplied with 7,879. Equals 18,011,394. Decimal 6,006. Plus 9,593. Equals 15,599. Decimal 6,658. Divided by 7,482. Equals 0.889869018978882652. Decimal 3,468. Divided by 4,046. Equals 0.8571428571428574143. Decimal 1,143. Multiplied with 3,053. Equals 3,489,579. Decimal 3,505. Minus 1,752. Equals 1,753. Decimal 8,780. Multiplied with 9,674. Equals 84,937,720. Decimal 4,634. Modded by 2475. Equals 2159. Decimal 851. Modded by 6,437. Equals 851. Decimal 8,307. Modded by 9,554. equals 8,307. Decimal 4,473. Multiplied with 5,977. Equals 26,735,121. Decimal 2105. Divided by 4,717. Equals 0.4462582149671403131. Decimal 2387. Modded by 4,263. Equals 2387. Decimal 2844. Plus 9,492. Equals 12,336. Decimal 8,594. Divided by 920. Equals 9.34130434782608695. Decimal 9,629. Plus 3,420. Equals 13,049. Decimal 5,152. Modded by 6,152. Equals 5,152. Decimal 5,007. Divided by 4,456. Equals 1.1236535008976666068. Decimal 2387. Divided by 3,127. Equals 0.763351455068755996. Decimal 8,993. Divided by 1,555. Equals 5.783279742765273312. Decimal 3,941. Divided by 2271. Equals 1.735358872743284897. Decimal 4,208. Modded by 3,093. Equals 1,115. Decimal 5,521. Divided by 9,823. Equals 0.562048254097526214. Decimal 4,338. Or 7,427. Equals 7,667. Decimal 7,343. Exclusive or 2835. Equals 6,076. Decimal 2311. Exclusive or 2693. Equals 898. Decimal 1,321. Divided by 4,840. Equals 0.2729338842975206661. Decimal 7,070. And 7,189. Equals 6,164. Decimal 1,261. And 4,725. Equals 101. Decimal 6,394. And 8,496. Equals 48. Decimal 811. Modded by 137. Equals 126. Decimal 6,770. Multiplied with 6,434. Equals 43,558,180. Decimal 7,148. Exclusive or 9,055. Equals 14,515. Decimal 7,431. Exclusive or 6,486. Equals 1,105. Decimal 8,921. Not or 4,595. Equals 3,076. Decimal 4,262. Minus 3,861. Equals 401. Decimal 2775. Exclusive or 5,623. Equals 7,968. Decimal 999. And 2713. Equals 641. Decimal 6,074. Exclusive or 6,370. Equals 3,928. Decimal 2669. Modded by 9,777. Equals 2669. Decimal 5,051. Or 5,979. Equals 6,139. Decimal 7,623. Modded by 2925. Equals 1,773. Decimal 9,758. Modded by 8,012. Equals 1,746. Decimal 5,693. Divided by 8,983. Equals 0.6337526438828899903. Decimal 6,310. Exclusive or 74941. Equals 80,923. Decimal 1,770. Modded by 6,101. Equals 1,770. Decimal 9,101. Divided by 79480. Equals 0.1145067941620533347. Decimal 98,452. And 92,038. Equals 65,668. Decimal 43,765. Not or 45530. Equals 17,408. Decimal 72,873. And 39,872. Equals 6,272. Decimal 75,510. And 85,790. Equals 67,094. Decimal 29,715. Multiplied with 28635. Equals 850,889,025. Decimal 58,633. Plus 41,539. Equals 100,172. Decimal 73,164. Exclusive or 85833. Equals 21,125. Decimal 99,915. Exclusive or 94838. Equals 62,525. Decimal 45,107. Modded by 37356. Equals 7,751. Decimal 50,677. Modded by 2076. Equals 853. Decimal 8,200. Modded by 60829. equals 8,200. Decimal 5,396 minus 96,233 equals negative 90837. Decimal 14,329 plus 46,134 equals 60,463. Decimal 98,139 not or 4,431 equals 32,928. Decimal 91,579 plus 47,614 equals 139,193. Decimal 37,582 divided by 82170 equals 0.45736886941706218. Decimal 9,934 modded by 10393 equals 9,934. Decimal 96,551 not and with 19287 equals 112,376. Decimal 19,125 modded by 50753 equals 19,125. Decimal 30,471 not and with 70758 equals 125,945. Decimal 71,648 minus 29,401 equals 42,247. Decimal 32,194 not and with 34469 equals 64,383. Decimal 83,041 plus 21,612 equals 104,653. Decimal 37,720 plus 98,561 equals 136,281. Decimal 76,320 divided by 69888 equals 1.092032967032967033. Decimal 24,944 divided by 65093 equals 0.383205567418923694. Decimal 65,321 plus 30,075 equals 95,396. Decimal 14,846 multiplied with 53735 equals 797,749,810. Decimal 18,691 divided by 10113 equals 1.8482151685948778. Decimal 71,653 plus 12,343 equals 83,996. Decimal 51,683 divided by 88581 equals 0.583454691186597577. Decimal 82,265 divided by 860 equals 95.656976744186046513. Decimal 90,417 minus 72,249 equals 18,168. Decimal 46,506. Divided by 20779. Equals 2.2381250300784444583. Decimal 13,265. Divided by 41949. Equals 0.3162173114972943334. Decimal 79,385. Plus 31,100. Equals 110,493. Decimal 34,726. Plus 27,596. Equals 62,322. Decimal 56,757. Minus 71,755. Equals negative 14998. Decimal 60,183. Divided by 31586. Equals 1.9053694674855948884. Decimal 91,827. Plus 58,500. Equals 150,335. Decimal 89,273. Divided by 5,872. Equals 15.2031675749318801009. Decimal 16,221. Divided by 92697. Equals 0.17498948186025437. Decimal 1281. Minus 59,850. Equals negative 58569. Decimal 10,169. Minus 15,456. Equals negative 5,287. Decimal 64,119. Minus 45,835. Equals 18,284. Decimal 16,707. Minus 72,702. Equals negative 55995. Decimal 59,385. Plus 22,925. Equals 82,310. Decimal 53,776. Minus 28,029. Equals 25,747. Decimal 30,238. Divided by 40725. Equals 0.742492326580724371. Decimal 91,275. Minus 34,035. Equals 57,240. Decimal 68,170. Minus 54,780. Equals 13,390. Decimal 14,688. Multiplied with 42750. Equals 627,912,000. Decimal 32,637. Modded by 11398. Equals 9,841. Decimal 49,209. Plus 90,205. Equals 139,414. Decimal 9,537. Multiplied with 89507. Equals 853,628,259. Decimal 8,027. minus 89,654 equals negative 81627. Decimal 62,881 divided by 13660 equals 4.603294289897510981. Decimal 11,162 multiplied with 14004 equals 156,312,648. Decimal 14,201 modded by 96992 equals 14,201. Decimal 10,083 plus 59,605 equals 69,688. Decimal 39,369 minus 39,791 equals negative 422. Decimal 97,893 divided by 61952 equals 1.58014269111570247. Decimal 15,728 modded by 97394 equals 15,728. Decimal 35,007 divided by 50766 equals 0.68957570027183548. Decimal 96,233 modded by 74066 equals 22,167. Decimal 80,424 plus 48,354 equals 128,778. Decimal 69,297 minus 79,292 equals negative 9,995. Decimal 26,723 minus 61,117 equals negative 34394. Decimal 49,570 divided by 77871 equals 0.6365656020855000379. Decimal 70,181 divided by 67974 equals 1.0324682967016800054. Decimal 82,956 divided by 47953 equals 1.7299439034054178005. Decimal 70,774 plus 23,178 equals 93,952. Decimal 60,555 divided by 58451 equals 1.03599596243006961. Decimal 45,527 minus 97,297 equals negative 51770. Decimal 20,451 modded by 13211 equals 7,240. Decimal 84,675 divided by 21602 equals 3.91977594667160441. Decimal 55,603 plus 4,753 equals 60,356. Decimal 12,346 plus 89,264 equals 101,610. Decimal 47,964 plus 3,546 equals 51,510. Decimal 26,283 plus 35,527 equals 61,810. Decimal 94,917 divided by 94520 equals 1.0042001692763436331. Decimal 91,845 not or 39842 equals 24. Decimal 42,094 and 71,300 equals 1,028. Decimal 29,040 minus 73,412 equals negative 44372. Decimal 21,953 exclusive or 97030 equals 77,511. Decimal 8,789 not and with 40012 equals 65,467. Decimal 23,537 exclusive or 35730 equals 53,347. Decimal 81,871 exclusive or 30519 equals 84,216. Decimal 89,953 and 80,443 equals 72,225. Decimal 13,510 or 87,491 equals 95,687. Decimal 87,055 minus 85,243 equals 1812. Decimal 71,152 divided by 57305 equals 1.24163685542273791. Decimal 42,147 not or 92212 equals 4,936. Decimal 37,349 exclusive or 95164 equals 123,481. Decimal 50,051 and 85,486 equals 16,770. Decimal 34,437 or 2897 equals 36,821. Decimal 28,093 divided by 21085 equals 1.33236898268911545. Decimal 21,718 and 88,959 equals 20,566. Decimal 50,136 or 17,136 equals 50,168. Decimal 16,366 multiplied with 38191 equals 625,033,906. Decimal 53,722 minus 63,440 equals negative 9,718. Decimal 82,867. Exclusive or 5,004. Equals 86,079. Decimal 3,158. Multiplied with 54831. Equals 173,156,298. Decimal 75,421. Or 19,889. Equals 94,141. Decimal 83,335. Minus 735. Equals 82,600. Decimal 1,211. Not in with 69065. Equals 129,910. Decimal 83,419. Or 84,012. Equals 85,503. Decimal 79,615. Not in with 98146. Equals 51,613. Decimal 37. Exclusive or 85119. Equals 85,082. Decimal 30,650. Not or 21895. Equals 2112. Decimal 7,381. Or 37,086. Equals 40,159. Decimal 94,442. Or 745. Equals 94,955. Decimal 79,859. Plus 43,718. Equals 123,577. Decimal 76,237. Modded by 76517. Equals 76,237. Decimal 73,520. Exclusive or 24567. Equals 82,119. Decimal 9. Not in with 1. Equals 14. Plus 8. Equals 22. Decimal 9. Divided by 3. Equals 3. Exclusive or 7. Equals 4. Decimal 7. Divided by 8. Equals 0.875. Or 2. Equals 2.875. Decimal 6. Not or 2. Equals 1. Exclusive or 7. Equals 6. Decimal 6. Not or 1. Equals 0. Multiplied with 3. Equals 0. Decimal 9. Not in with 5. Equals 14. Not or 7. Equals 0. Decimal 3. Plus 2. Equals 5. Divided by 5. Equals 1. Decimal 7. Plus 9. Equals 16. Not or 6. Equals 9. Decimal 0. Not in with 8. Equals 15. Not or 8. Equals 0. Decimal 5. Not in with 2. Equals 7. And 5. Equals 5. Decimal 3. Divided by 4. Equals 0.75. To the power of 5. Equals 0.23730468875. Decimal 1. Or 6. equals 7, not or 1, equals 0. Decimal 9, multiplied with 5, equals 45. Multiplied with 2, equals 90. Decimal 8, plus 0, equals 8. Divided by 3, equals 2.666666666666666667. Decimal 6, minus 0, equals 6, or 1, equals 7. Decimal 8, divided by 5, equals 1.6, or 8, equals 9.599990844726565. Decimal 9, not and with 8, equals 7, not or 4, equals 0. Decimal 1, exclusive or 6, equals 7, modded by 8, equals 7. Decimal 8, not and with 5, equals 15. Modded by 9, equals 6. Decimal 7, exclusive or 6, equals 1, not or 2, equals 0. Decimal 4, exclusive or 7, equals 3, divided by 0, equals 3. Decimal 1, and 6, equals 0, not or 9, equals 6. Decimal 1, and 3, equals 1, not or 4, equals 2. Decimal 1, exclusive or 4, equals 5, plus 4, equals 9. Decimal 6, modded by 8, equals 6, and 4, equals 4. Decimal 5, exclusive or 7, equals 2, divided by 7, equals 0.2857142857142857114. Decimal 0, modded by 8, equals 0. Exclusive or 7, equals 7. Decimal 8, modded by 8, equals 0. Minus 2, equals negative 2. Decimal 0, not or 3, equals 0. Plus 8, equals 8. Decimal 1, to the power of 4, equals 1, minus 6, equals negative 5. Decimal 1, plus 7, equals 8, to the power of 6, equals 262,144. Decimal 3, not and with 6, equals 5, to the power of 0, equals 1. Decimal 3, plus 7, equals 10, divided by 5, equals 2. Decimal 5, to the power of 3, equals 125, divided by 7, equals 17.8571428571428571442. Decimal 8, or 4, equals 12. Exclusive or 9, equals 5. Decimal 4, or 4, equals 4. Exclusive or 7, equals 3. Decimal 9, and 2, equals 0. Plus 6, equals 6. Decimal 4. Modded by 4. Equals 0. Not or 0. Equals 1. Decimal 4. Multiplied with 2. Equals 8. Multiplied with 9. Equals 72. Decimal 6. Multiplied with 1. Equals 6. Multiplied with 4. Equals 24. Decimal 8. Multiplied with 2. Equals 16. Divided by 1. Equals 16. Decimal 7. Plus 8. Equals 15. Plus 1. Equals 16. Decimal 4. Divided by 1. Equals 4. Minus 4. Equals 0. Decimal 5. Multiplied with 6. Equals 30. Minus 4. Equals 26. Decimal 9. Divided by 4. Equals 2.25. Divided by 2. Equals 1.125. Decimal 2. Minus 4. Equals negative 2. Minus 3. Equals negative 5. Decimal 0. Divided by 2. Equals 0. Plus 0. Equals 0. Decimal 6. Minus 8. Equals negative 2. Plus 2. Equals 0. Decimal 4. Plus 6. Equals 10. Divided by 6. Equals 1.6666666666666666667. Decimal 4. Minus 9. Equals negative 5. Multiplied with 8. Equals negative 40. Decimal 6. Multiplied with 8. Equals 48. Multiplied with 8. Equals 384. Decimal 7. Minus 7. Equals 0. Divided by 4. Equals 0. Decimal 8. Divided by 3. Equals 2.6666666666666666667. Multiplied with 4. Equals 10.66666666666666667. Decimal 7. Divided by 0. Equals 7. Minus 2. Equals 5. Decimal 4. Minus 7. Equals negative 3. Minus 7. Equals negative 10. Decimal 5. Plus 9. Equals 14. Minus 8. Equals 6. Decimal 8. Plus 8. Equals 16. Minus 0. Equals 16. Decimal 3. Minus 2. Equals 1. Plus 6. Equals 7. Decimal 2. Multiplied with 8. Equals 16. Multiplied with 1. Equals 16. Decimal 3. Minus 4. Equals negative 1. Multiplied with 4. Equals negative 4. Decimal 5. Multiplied with 6. Equals 30. Divided by 4. equals 7.5. Decimal 4 plus 1 equals 5. Divided by 4 equals 1.25. Decimal 1 minus 8 equals negative 7. Plus 3 equals negative 4. Decimal 2 minus 8 equals negative 6. Plus 7 equals 1. Decimal 3 minus 1 equals 2. Minus 9 equals negative 7. Decimal 2 divided by 5 equals 0.4. Plus 1 equals 1.4. Decimal 3 plus 6 equals 9. Minus 9 equals 0. Decimal 2 multiplied with 3 equals 6 plus 6 equals 12. Decimal 1 divided by 2 equals 0.5. Divided by 9 equals 0.055555555555555556. Decimal 2 divided by 1 equals 2 plus 1 equals 3. Decimal 2 minus 7 equals negative 5. Divided by 3 equals negative 1.666666666666666667. Decimal 1 minus 4 equals negative 3. Multiplied with 8 equals negative 24. Decimal 5 plus 7 equals 12. Minus 4 equals 8. Decimal 5 minus 6 equals negative 1. Plus 7 equals 6. Decimal 7 minus 1 equals 6. Multiplied with 2 equals 12. Decimal 1 multiplied with 1 equals 1 plus 3 equals 4. Decimal 5 divided by 7 equals 0.714285714285714286. Multiplied with 6 equals 4.285714285714285714. Decimal 4 plus 7 equals 11 plus 6 equals 17. Decimal 3 multiplied with 0 equals 0. Divided by 1 equals 0. Decimal 8 plus 9 equals 17. Multiplied with 2 equals 34. Decimal 5 minus 2 equals 3. Modded by 1 equals 0. Decimal 2 divided by 1 equals 2. Minus 5 equals negative 3. Decimal 2 to the power of 9 equals 512. Minus 8 equals 504. Decimal 3 divided by 4 equals 0.75. Minus 3 equals negative 2.25. Decimal 3 modded by 9 equals 3 minus 7 equals negative 4. Decimal 8 multiplied with 7 equals 56. Modded by 8 equals 0. Decimal 0 multiplied with 6 equals 0. Minus 7 equals negative 7. Decimal 8 minus 3 equals 5. Minus 7 equals negative 2. Decimal 6 minus 6 equals 0. Divided by 3 equals 0. Decimal 3 modded by 6 equals 3 to the power of 0 equals 1. Decimal 5 to the power of 5 equals 3125. Minus 3 equals 3122. Decimal 1 to the power of 9 equals 1 multiplied with 5 equals 5. Decimal 9 modded by 8 equals 1 modded by 2 equals 1. Decimal 2 multiplied with 2 equals 4. Modded by 6 equals 4. Decimal 6 modded by 3 equals 0. Modded by 6 equals 0. Decimal 9 minus 0 equals 9 divided by 7 equals 1.285714285714285714. Decimal 5 modded by 9 equals 5 divided by 2 equals 2.5. Decimal 1 multiplied with 8 equals 8 divided by 5 equals 1.6. Decimal 3 minus 1 equals 2 multiplied with 5 equals 10. Decimal 1 multiplied with 0 equals 0. Multiplied with 7 equals 0. Decimal 3 plus 3 equals 6 plus 7 equals 13. Decimal 8 plus 8 equals 16. Minus 7 equals 9. Decimal 6 plus 3 equals 9 multiplied with 2 equals 18. Decimal 7 modded by 9 equals 7 modded by 1 equals 0. Decimal 9 to the power of 2 equals 81 to the power of 3 equals 531,441. Decimal 5 plus 5 equals 10 to the power of 1 equals 10. Decimal 2 minus 2 equals 0. Modded by 3 equals 0. Decimal 0 to the power of 1 equals 0. Minus 4 equals negative 4. Decimal 3 to the power of 3 equals 27. Divided by 6 equals 4.5. Decimal 3 divided by 9 equals 0.333333333333333333 divided by 9 equals 0.037037037037037. Decimal 6 minus 1 equals 5 minus 5 equals 0. Decimal 1 plus 4 equals 5 to the power of 2 equals 25. Decimal 9 modded by 6 equals 3 plus 8 equals 11. Decimal 5 minus 6 equals negative 1 divided by 0 equals negative 1. Decimal 4 to the power of 3 equals 64 minus 1 equals 63. Decimal 0 modded by 7 equals 0 divided by 7 equals 0. Decimal 1 multiplied with 1 equals 1 modded by 4 equals 1. Decimal 5 minus 9 equals negative 4 modded by 6 equals negative 4. Decimal 8 modded by 8 equals 0 minus 6 equals negative 6. Decimal 1 minus 3 equals negative 2 divided by 3 equals negative 0.6666666666666666667. Decimal 0 to the power of 6 equals 0 minus 5 equals negative 5. Decimal 3 plus 8 equals 11 to the power of 1 equals 11. Decimal 7 modded by 4 equals 3 divided by 4 equals 0.75. Decimal 2 minus 0 equals 2 minus 9 equals negative 7. Decimal 5 minus 8 equals negative 3 plus 6 equals 3. Decimal 7 minus 4 equals 3 divided by 5 equals 0.6. Decimal 3 or 1 equals 3 minus 7 equals negative 4. Decimal 7 divided by 9 equals 0.777777777777777778 plus 0 equals 0.7777777777777778. Decimal 9 multiplied with 5 equals 45 and 6 equals 4. Decimal 5 plus 4 equals 9 and 7 equals 1. Decimal 5 modded by 7 equals 5 plus 6 equals 11. Decimal 0 not or 6 equals 1 multiplied with 1 equals 1. Decimal 7 multiplied with 5 equals 35. plus 8 equals 43. Decimal 9 to the power of 3 equals 729. Or 6 equals 735. Decimal 0 exclusive or 7 equals 7 plus 9 equals 16. Decimal 9 exclusive or 2 equals 11. Or 9 equals 11. Decimal 2 minus 2 equals 0. Multiplied with 7 equals 0. Decimal 8 to the power of 7 equals 2,097,152. Not or 1 equals 2,097,150. Decimal 3 to the power of 6 equals 729. Exclusive or 6 equals 735. Decimal 4 multiplied with 2 equals 8. Exclusive or 7 equals 15. Decimal 1 multiplied with 5 equals 5. Not or 6 equals 0. Decimal 8 plus 2 equals 10 or 0 equals 10. Decimal 9 or 8 equals 9 divided by 9 equals 1. Decimal 3 to the power of 7 equals 2187 minus 4 equals 2183. Decimal 7 modded by 4 equals 3 plus 4 equals 7. Decimal 3 or 8 equals 11 modded by 4 equals 3. Decimal 1 multiplied with 1 equals 1 multiplied with 3 equals 3. Decimal 3 and 5 equals 1 multiplied with 0 equals 0. Decimal 0 not in with 4 equals 7 divided by 2 equals 3.5. Decimal 2 multiplied with 1 equals 2 and 4 equals 0. Decimal 2 multiplied with 6 equals 12 and 3 equals 0. Decimal 3 minus 5 equals negative 2 multiplied with 0 equals minus 0. Decimal 8 plus 3 equals 11 modded by 9 equals 2. Decimal 9 or 6 equals 15. Not in with 5 equals 10. Decimal 1 to the power of 6 equals 1 divided by 7 equals 0.14285714285714287. Decimal 7 plus 1 equals 8 or 0 equals 8. Decimal 4 modded by 4 equals 0 modded by 6 equals 0. Decimal 8 exclusive or 2 equals 10 plus 9 equals 19. Decimal 8. Exclusive or 8. Equals 0. Minus 0. Equals 0. Decimal 7. Plus 4. Equals 11. Not or 5. Equals 0. Decimal 1. Or 1. Equals 1. Exclusive or 6. Equals 7. Decimal 1. Multiplied with 8. Equals 8. Minus 4. Equals 4. Decimal 7. Minus 7. Equals 0. Multiplied with 1. Equals 0. Decimal 3. And 5. Equals 1. Exclusive or 4. Equals 5. Decimal 5. And 0. Equals 0. Modded by 0. Equals 0. Decimal 4. Modded by 7. Equals 4. To the power of 1. Equals 4. Decimal 6. Not and with 1. Equals 7. Modded by 1. Equals 0. Decimal 5. Exclusive or 8. Equals 13. Plus 4. Equals 17. Decimal 5. Not and with 5. Equals 2. To the power of 0. Equals 1. Decimal 9. To the power of 4. Equals 6,561. Plus 1. Equals 6,562. Decimal 3. Divided by 6. Equals 0.5. Minus 2. Equals negative 1.5. Decimal 0. Or 8. Equals 8. Or 1. Equals 9. Decimal 2. Exclusive or 1. Equals 3. Not or 9. Equals 4. Decimal 4. Multiplied with 8. Equals 32. Minus 5. Equals 27. Decimal 0. To the power of 5. Equals 0. Or 7. Equals 7. Decimal 7. Divided by 1. Equals 7. And 5. Equals 5. Decimal 91. And 29. Equals 25. Minus 3. Equals 22. Decimal 46. Not and with 14. Equals 49. Exclusive or 47. Equals 30. Decimal 5. And 63. Equals 5. Or 45. Equals 45. Decimal 14. Modded by 86. Equals 14. Not and with 58. Equals 53. Decimal 73. Not and with 92. Equals 55. Exclusive or 31. Equals 40. Decimal 66. Divided by 74. Equals 0.8918918918918918992. And 98. Equals 0. Decimal 47 plus 32 equals 79. Or 9 equals 79. Decimal 89 modded by 3 equals 2 minus 83 equals negative 81. Decimal 91 not or 28 equals 32 divided by 94 equals 0.340425531914893617. Decimal 4 divided by 78 equals 0.051282051282051282 and 12 equals 0. Decimal 72 divided by 87 equals 0.827586206896551724. Exclusive or 26 equals 26.82757568359375. Decimal 28 minus 28 equals 0 divided by 37 equals 0. Decimal 44 and 27 equals 8 divided by 71 equals 0.112676056338028169. Decimal 88 not or 83 equals 36 not or 57 equals 2. Decimal 21 multiplied with 75 equals 1575 modded by 34 equals 11. Decimal 25 divided by 82 equals 0.304878048780487805 modded by 44 equals 0. Decimal 23 and 13 equals 5 and 61 equals 5. Decimal 55 divided by 31 equals 1.774193548387096774. Exclusive or 13 equals 12.7741851806640625. Decimal 64 multiplied with 88 equals 5632 divided by 72 equals 78.22222222222222224. Decimal 57 exclusive or 23 equals 46 minus 9 equals 37. Decimal 24 multiplied with 96 equals 2304 exclusive or 99 equals 2403. Decimal 6 not or 62 equals 1 minus 28 equals negative 27. Decimal 28 or 69 equals 93 not or 89 equals 34. Decimal 52 or 65 equals 117 multiplied with 37 equals 4329. Decimal 54 multiplied with 50 equals 2777 equals 12. Decimal 23 and 67 equals 3 exclusive or 67 equals 64. Decimal 98, not or 1, equals 28. Plus 56 equals 84. Decimal 41 and 63 equals 41. Exclusive or 80 equals 121. Decimal 83 or 12 equals 95. And 82 equals 82. Decimal 4 and 48 equals 0. To the power of 5 equals 0. Decimal 12 plus 42 equals 54. Exclusive or 9 equals 63. Decimal 26 plus 79 equals 105. Divided by 20 equals 5.25. Decimal 1 or 75 equals 75. And 11 equals 11. Decimal 88 divided by 11 equals 8. Divided by 17 equals 0.470588235294117647. Decimal 35 and 23 equals 3. Modded by 58 equals 3. Decimal 93 minus 18 equals 75. Multiplied with 66 equals 4,950. Decimal 64 not or 80 equals 47. Multiplied with 1 equals 47. Decimal 70 minus 13 equals 57. And 9 equals 9. Decimal 86 minus 46 equals 40. And 41 equals 40. Decimal 18 modded by 88 equals 18. Not or 98 equals 13. Decimal 75 divided by 33 equals 2.272727272727272727. And 46 equals 2. Decimal 3 and 34 equals 2. Multiplied with 41 equals 82. Decimal 93 divided by 9 equals 10.33333333333333333333. Not or 81 equals 36.666656494140625. Decimal 58 plus 46 equals 104 or 36 equals 108. Decimal 98 and 10 equals 2 and 17 equals 0. Decimal 29 and 88 equals 24 or 31 equals 31. Decimal 37 divided by 8 equals 4.625 and 54 equals 4. Decimal 90 multiplied with 94 equals 8,460 or 38 equals 8,494. Decimal 55. Exclusive or 18. Equals 37. Divided by 70. Equals 0.528571428571428571. Decimal 87. Divided by 99. Equals 0.8787878787878788. To the power of 96. Equals 0.000004100809264768. Decimal 25. Plus 34. Equals 59. Minus 89. Equals negative 30. Decimal 5. Divided by 14. Equals 0.3571428571428574143. Modded by 52. Equals 0. Decimal 23. And 98. Equals 2. Plus 36. Equals 38. Decimal 76. Not or 20. Equals 35. Divided by 16. Equals 2.1875. Decimal 76. Plus 2. Equals 78. Plus 72. Equals 150. Decimal 54. Divided by 79. Equals 0.68354430379746834. Divided by 34. Equals 0.0201042442293373305. Decimal 46. Minus 45. Equals 1. Minus 83. Equals negative 82. Decimal 50. Divided by 20. Equals 2.5. Multiplied with 86. Equals 215. Decimal 95. Minus 52. Equals 43. Multiplied with 67. Equals 2881. Decimal 98. Multiplied with 99. Equals 9702. Minus 2. Equals 9700. Decimal 76. Multiplied with 66. Equals 5016. Multiplied with 12. Equals 60,192. Decimal 63. Plus 88. Equals 151. Divided by 81. Equals 1.86419753086419751. Decimal 17. Multiplied with 7. Equals 119. Divided by 89. Equals 1.33707865168539328. Decimal 25. Plus 87. Equals 112. Divided by 13. Equals 8.6153846153846153885. Decimal 54. Multiplied with 19. Equals 1026. Divided by 95. Equals 10.8. Decimal 45. Minus 37. Equals 8. Plus 19. Equals 27. Decimal 61. Minus 17. Equals 44. Minus 1. Equals 43. Decimal 68. Plus 6. Equals 74. Minus 50. equals 24. Decimal 34 divided by 26 equals 1.307692307692307692 plus 34 equals 35.307692307692307692. Decimal 69 divided by 57 equals 1.21052631578947368 divided by 27 equals 0.044834307992202729. Decimal 7 minus 67 equals negative 60 multiplied with 71 equals negative 4260. Decimal 91 minus 14 equals 77 multiplied with 95 equals 7315. Decimal 57 multiplied with 21 equals 1197 minus 91 equals 1106. Decimal 43 minus 14 equals 29 divided by 86 equals 0.33720930232558135. Decimal 75 minus 37 equals 38 minus 13 equals 25. Decimal 81 multiplied with 69 equals 5589 plus 38 equals 5627. Decimal 33 divided by 57 equals 0.578947368421052632 multiplied with 87 equals 50.368421052631578948. Decimal 50 plus 52 equals 102 minus 82 equals 20. Decimal 20 plus 83 equals 103 plus 46 equals 149. Decimal 94 divided by 88 equals 1.068181818181818182 plus 40 equals 41.068181818181818188. Decimal 21 plus 59 equals 80 plus 16 equals 96. Decimal 25 divided by 26 equals 0.961538461538461538 multiplied with 75 equals 72.115384615384615384. Decimal 3 divided by 17 equals 0.17647058823529411 plus 48 equals 48.1764705882352941119. Decimal 74 divided by 74 equals 1 multiplied with 2 equals 2. Decimal 8 divided by 58 equals 0.13793103448275861 multiplied with 13 equals 1.793103448275862069. Decimal 86 plus 12 equals 98. Multiplied with 29 equals 2842. Decimal 70. Multiplied with 86 equals 6020. Divided by 70 equals 86. Decimal 29. Multiplied with 40 equals 1160. Multiplied with 97 equals 112,520. Decimal 58. Multiplied with 69 equals 4002. Multiplied with 47 equals 188,094. Decimal 78 plus 89 equals 167. Divided by 76 equals 2.19736842105263159. Decimal 25. Multiplied with 7 equals 175 plus 26 equals 201. Decimal 20 minus 46 equals negative 26 minus 96 equals negative 122. Decimal 16 multiplied with 6 equals 96 plus 56 equals 152. Decimal 59 minus 28 equals 31. Divided by 38 equals 0.8157894736842100526. Decimal 27 plus 95 equals 122. Divided by 76 equals 1.6052631578947366842. Decimal 69 multiplied with 66 equals 4554 minus 44 equals 4510. Decimal 29 minus 58 equals negative 29 minus 93 equals negative 122. Decimal 31 multiplied with 34 equals 1054 multiplied with 60 equals 63,240. Decimal 63 multiplied with 69 equals 4,347. Divided by 61 equals 71.2622950819672131115. Decimal 24 plus 20 equals 44. Divided by 99 equals 0.4444444444444444444. Decimal 59 minus 62 equals negative 3 minus 5 equals negative 8. Decimal 56 minus 77 equals negative 21 multiplied with 28 equals negative 588. Decimal 47 minus 1 equals 46 divided by 63 equals 0.7301587301587301559. Decimal 93 minus 10 equals 83 minus 60 equals 23. Decimal 98 multiplied with 78 equals 7,644 minus 16 equals 7,628. Decimal 82 minus 53 equals 29. Divided by 56 equals 0.51785714285714287. Decimal 83 multiplied with 16 equals 1328 minus 4 equals 1324. Decimal 9 divided by 8 equals 1.125 minus 25 equals negative 23.875. Decimal 46 multiplied with 96 equals 4416 multiplied with n equals 44,160. Decimal 30 divided by 83 equals 0.361445783132530012 plus 31 equals 31.361445783132530012. Decimal 50 plus 54 equals 104 plus 20 equals 124. Decimal 90 plus 83 equals 173 divided by 97 equals 1.783505154639175258. Decimal 77 minus 24 equals 53 minus 84 equals negative 31. Decimal 15 modded by 17 equals 15 divided by 60 equals 0.25. Decimal 32 modded by 91 equals 32 multiplied with n equals 320. Decimal 21 minus 86 equals negative 65 minus 97 equals negative 162. Decimal 55 minus 28 equals 27 minus 56 equals negative 29. Decimal 65 modded by 5 equals 0 to the power of 89 equals 0. Decimal 82 divided by 58 equals 1.413793103448275862 modded by 40 equals 1. Decimal 32 plus 41 equals 73 plus 26 equals 99. Decimal 16 multiplied with 93 equals 1488 plus 91 equals 1579. Decimal 84 divided by 82 equals 1.0243902439024390024 modded by 86 equals 1. Decimal 81 multiplied with 99 equals 8019 plus 50 equals 8069. Decimal 77 multiplied with 56 equals 4312 plus 65 equals 4377. Decimal 58 modded by 72 equals 58 divided by 52 equals 1.115384615384615385. Decimal 81 minus 37 equals 44. Modded by 10 equals 4. Decimal 26 divided by 39 equals 0.6666666666666667 plus 34 equals 34.666666666666666666. Decimal 51 multiplied with 12 equals 612 divided by 51 equals 12. Decimal 84 modded by 8 equals 4 minus 81 equals negative 77. Decimal 14 plus 10 equals 24 multiplied with 73 equals 1752. Decimal 41 divided by 40 equals 1.025 plus 71 equals 72.0250000000000000001. Decimal 1 plus 80 equals 81 plus 32 equals 113. Decimal 0 plus 16 equals 16 plus 72 equals 88. Decimal 72 multiplied with 72 equals 5184 modded by 99 equals 36. Decimal 86 minus 81 equals 5 divided by 78 equals 0.0641025641025641003. Decimal 64 multiplied with 69 equals 4416 modded by 99 equals 60. Decimal 75 divided by 13 equals 5.769230769230769231 divided by 3 equals 1.923076923076923077. Decimal 44 multiplied with 22 equals 968 divided by 87 equals 11.12643678160919540. Decimal 3 divided by 54 equals 0.0555555555555556 minus 70 equals negative 69.9444444444444448. Decimal 22 plus 13 equals 35 multiplied with 36 equals 1260. Decimal 98 minus 86 equals 12 modded by 17 equals 12. Decimal 7 divided by 43 equals 0.1627906976744186005 multiplied with 90 equals 14.651162790697674419. Decimal 37 multiplied with 25 equals 925 minus 66 equals 859. Decimal 95 divided by 9 equals 10.55555555555555556 divided by 88 equals 0.119949494949494949. Decimal 66 plus 37 equals 103 multiplied with 3 equals 309. Decimal 71 minus 35 equals 36 divided by 35 equals 1.02857142857142857. Decimal 42 plus 90 equals 132 divided by 24 equals 5.5. Decimal 50 plus 73 equals 123 multiplied with 27 equals 3,321. Decimal 11 multiplied with 73 equals 803 minus 81 equals 722. Decimal 66 divided by 44 equals 1.5 modded by 8 equals 1. Decimal 15 divided by 4 equals 3.75 multiplied with 31 equals 116.25. Decimal 76 plus 84 equals 160 multiplied with 50 equals 8,000. Decimal 78 modded by 26 equals 0 plus 9 equals 9. Decimal 37 divided by 85 equals 0.4352941176470588824 minus 0 equals 0.4352941176470588824. Decimal 94 minus 44 equals 50 divided by 54 equals 0.925925925925925925926. Decimal 16 multiplied with 77 equals 1232 minus 58 equals 1174. Decimal 72 divided by 56 equals 1.2857142857142857114 plus 44 equals 45.2857142857142857116. Decimal 67 modded by 69 equals 67 multiplied with 55 equals 3,685. Decimal 36 minus 52 equals negative 16 plus 76 equals 60. Decimal 72 divided by 43 equals 1.674418604651162791 divided by 0 equals 1.674418604651162791. Decimal 4 minus 45 equals negative 41 multiplied with 63 equals negative 2583. Decimal 46 multiplied with 30 equals 1380. modded by 56 equals 36. Decimal 6 modded by 41 equals 6 multiplied with 12 equals 72. Decimal 54 plus 86 equals 140 minus 73 equals 67. Decimal 65 minus 52 equals 13 minus 85 equals negative 72. Decimal 20 plus 2 equals 22 multiplied with 93 equals 2046. Decimal 20 modded by 87 equals 20 modded by 18 equals 2. Decimal 35 plus 49 equals 84 plus 92 equals 176. Decimal 16 plus 77 equals 93 minus 83 equals 10. Decimal 42 modded by 11 equals 9 plus 1 equals 10. Decimal 17 plus 32 equals 49 multiplied with 27 equals 1323. Decimal 35 multiplied with 93 equals 3255 minus 81 equals 3174. Decimal 17 modded by 8 equals 1 multiplied with 29 equals 29. Decimal 82 plus 38 equals 120 modded by 83 equals 37. Decimal 44 divided by 6 equals 7.333333333333333333 multiplied with 42 equals 308. Decimal 46 divided by 76 equals 0.605263157894736842 modded by 7 equals 0. Decimal 68 modded by 40 equals 28 divided by 47 equals 0.595744680851063883. Decimal 42 divided by 27 equals 1.5555555555555556 divided by 2 equals 0.777777777777777778. Decimal 47 not or 42 equals 16 plus 92 equals 108. Decimal 70 and 71 equals 70 or 48 equals 118. Decimal 75 modded by 71 equals 4 or 76 equals 76. Decimal 60 plus 2 equals 62 divided by 20 equals 3.1. Decimal 51 divided by 86 equals 0.593023255813953488 minus 37 equals negative 36.406976744186046513. Decimal 90 plus 14 equals 104. Not or 93 equals 2. Decimal 37 modded by 66 equals 37 plus 3 equals 40. Decimal 64 plus 63 equals 127 to the power of 2 equals 16,129. Decimal 85 not or 60 equals 2 not and with 14 equals 13. Decimal 66 and 80 equals 64 divided by 11 equals 5.818181818181818182. Decimal 50 not and with 14 equals 61 exclusive or 48 equals 13. Decimal 66 not and with 62 equals 125 modded by 25 equals 0. Decimal 13 plus 37 equals 50 plus 65 equals 115. Decimal 22 minus 98 equals negative 76 not or 74 equals 49. Decimal 3 divided by 85 equals 0.0352941176470588824 minus 37 equals negative 36.964705882352941177. Decimal 62 divided by 53 equals 1.16981132075471691 multiplied with 86 equals 100.603773584905660382. Decimal 43 minus 56 equals negative 13 or 45 equals negative 1. Decimal 15 divided by 89 equals 0.168539325842696629 plus 17 equals 17.168539325842696663. Decimal 48 not and with 66 equals 127 not and with 76 equals 51. Decimal 55 modded by 33 equals 22 or 34 equals 54. Decimal 8 divided by 22 equals 0.36363636363636363636 exclusive or 91 equals 91.3636322021484375. Decimal 59 plus 83 equals 142 plus 26 equals 168. Decimal 36 modded by 42 equals 36 exclusive or 10 equals 46. Decimal 75. Multiplied with 31. Equals 2325. Plus 76. Equals 2401. Decimal 50. And 8. Equals 0. Or 15. Equals 15. Decimal 67. Multiplied with 53. Equals 3551. Modded by 43. Equals 25. Decimal 65. Exclusive or 61. Equals 124. Minus 1. Equals 123. Decimal 54. Divided by 84. Equals 0.642857142857142857. To the power of 15. Equals 0.001323479157833372. Decimal 53. Exclusive or 86. Equals 99. Minus 93. Equals 6. Decimal 25. Minus 38. Equals negative 13. Divided by 82. Equals negative 0.1585365853658536589. Decimal 99. And 19. Equals 3. Or 58. Equals 59. Decimal 34. Modded by 33. Equals 1. Divided by 27. Equals 0.037037037037037. Decimal 12. Multiplied with 14. Equals 168. Modded by 16. Equals 8. Decimal 10. Divided by 41. Equals 0.2439024390243902444. Multiplied with 89. Equals 21.707317073170731708. Decimal 58. Or 83. Equals 123. Plus 40. Equals 163. Decimal 34. Divided by 71. Equals 0.478873239436619718. Minus 95. Equals negative 94.521126760563380281. Decimal 82. And 95. Equals 82. Minus 34. Equals 48. Decimal 46. Not or 31. Equals 0. Or 88. Equals 88. Decimal 16. Modded by 63. Equals 16. Or 69. Equals 85. Decimal 40. Multiplied with 47. Equals 1880. Exclusive or 26. Equals 1858. Decimal 49. Multiplied with 96. Equals 4704. Divided by 2. Equals 2352. Decimal 51. Multiplied with 30. Equals 1530. Not or 44. Equals 513. Decimal 60. Not or 47. Equals 0. Exclusive or 56. Equals 56. Decimal 68 or 65 equals 69 plus 18 equals 87. Decimal 59 not in with 4 equals 63 plus 10 equals 73. Decimal 89 divided by 67 equals 1.328358208955223881 plus 33 equals 34.328358208955223881. Decimal 46 plus 38 equals 84. Not in with 69 equals 59. Decimal 6 and 45 equals 4. Modded by 65 equals 4. Decimal 1 multiplied with 75 equals 75. Not in with 96 equals 63. Decimal 42 plus 61 equals 103 minus 83 equals 20. Decimal 83 not in with 5 equals 126 not or 28 equals 1. Decimal 62 or 98 equals 126 plus 48 equals 174. Decimal 17 exclusive or 59 equals 42 multiplied with 9 equals 378. Decimal 28 and 4 equals 4. Modded by 59 equals 4. Decimal 19 exclusive or 1 equals 18. Modded by 95 equals 18. Decimal 35 multiplied with 82 equals 2870. Exclusive or 11 equals 2877. Decimal 33 modded by 34 equals 33. Not in with 1 equals 62. Decimal 79 plus 55 equals 134 minus 89 equals 45. Decimal 92 or 94 equals 94. Not or 87 equals 32. Decimal 94 not or 0 equals 33 and 94 equals 0. Decimal 30 exclusive or 37 equals 59 not or 19 equals 4. Decimal 22 modded by 43 equals 22 and 81 equals 16. Decimal 6 modded by 24 equals 6 exclusive or 30 equals 24. Decimal 23 plus 5 equals 28 or 46 equals 62. Decimal 60 not or 71 equals 0 divided by 7 equals 0. Decimal 77. Or 95. Equals 95. Not or 80. Equals 32. Decimal 90. Minus 47. Equals 43. And 16. Equals 0. Decimal 71. Or 66. Equals 71. Plus 14. Equals 85. Decimal 122. Multiplied with 929. Equals 113,338. Exclusive or 427. Equals 113,425. Decimal 267. Exclusive or 692. Equals 959. Not and with 774. Equals 249. Decimal 132. Divided by 138. Equals 0.9565217391304344783. Exclusive or 126. Equals 126.956512451171875. Decimal 733. Divided by 393. Equals 1.86513994910941475. Not and with 645. Equals 1022.999984741210937. Decimal 105. Plus 647. Equals 752. Minus 463. Equals 289. Decimal 286. Plus 800. Equals 1094. Exclusive or 122. Equals 1084. Decimal 38. Divided by 14. Equals 2.7142857142857142886. Plus 323. Equals 325.71428571428571427. Decimal 579. Modded by 878. Equals 579. Modded by 648. Equals 579. Decimal 723. Not and with 749. Equals 318. Not or 167. Equals 64. Decimal 381. Multiplied with 473. Equals 180,213. Not and with 367. Equals 261,786. Decimal 272. Divided by 62. Equals 4.3870967741935483887. Divided by 567. Equals 0.0077373840814700103. Decimal 637. Not and with 333. Equals 946. Minus 552. Equals 394. Decimal 894. Or 313. Equals 895. Exclusive or 874. Equals 21. Decimal 815. Or 154. Equals 959. Minus 505. Equals 454. Decimal 689. Multiplied with 392. Equals 270,088. Multiplied with 113. Equals 30,519,944. Decimal 156. Or 450. Equals 478. Plus 550. Equals 1036. Decimal 199. Modded by 192. Equals 7. Divided by 916. Equals 0.0076419213973799913. Decimal 247. Minus 233. Equals 14. And 865. Equals 0. Decimal 785. Minus 168. Equals 617. Multiplied with 694. Equals 428,198. Decimal 692. And 306. Equals 48. Multiplied with 116. Equals 5,568. Decimal 24. Divided by 492. Equals 0.0487804878048780489. Or 824. Equals 824.0487670898435. Decimal 225. Divided by 710. Equals 0.3169014084507042225. Divided by 670. Equals 0.0004729871767920996. Decimal 358. Not in with 807. Equals 729. Not in with 858. Equals 423. Decimal 32. And 110. Equals 32. Not or 698. Equals 325. Decimal 105. And 706. Equals 64. Divided by 765. Equals 0.08366013071895428. Decimal 361. Not in with 209. Equals 446. Exclusive or 411. Equals 37. Decimal 748. Or 975. Equals 1007. Not or 549. Equals 16. Decimal 557. Not in with 488. Equals 983. Or 648. Equals 991. Decimal 339. Plus 812. Equals 1151. Plus 811. Equals 1962. Decimal 878. Plus 934. Equals 1812. Minus 606. Equals 1206. Decimal 994. Multiplied with 264. Equals 262,416. Multiplied with 216. Equals 56,681,856. Decimal 848. Divided by 309. Equals 2.744336569579288026. Minus 968. Equals negative 965.25566343042071199. Decimal 308. Not in with 277. Equals 235. Minus 919. Equals negative 684. Decimal 645. not and with 112, equals 1023. Exclusive or 757, equals 266. Decimal 899, divided by 618, equals 1.4546925566343042047. Modded by 28, equals 1. Decimal 454, and 431, equals 390, and 283, equals 258. Decimal 573, modded by 559, equals 14. And 828, equals 12. Decimal 730, modded by 931, equals 730, or 754, equals 762. Decimal 378, not or 689, equals 4. Multiplied with 221, equals 884. Decimal 668, or 616, equals 764, or 441, equals 1021. Decimal 289, exclusive or 0, equals 289. Exclusive or 238, equals 463. Decimal 648, exclusive or 410, equals 786. And 31, equals 18. Decimal 143, not or 663, equals 352. And 630, equals 96. Decimal 362, not and with 164, equals 479, or 456, equals 479. Decimal 423, modded by 962, equals 423, not or 348, equals 0. Decimal 924, minus 636, equals 288, minus 812, equals negative 524. Decimal 773, minus 853, equals negative 80, or 95, equals negative 1. Decimal 188, plus 406, equals 594. Not and with 725, equals 431. Decimal 384, modded by 210, equals 174, minus 493, equals negative 319. Decimal 541, modded by 569, equals 541, exclusive or 165, equals 696. Decimal 70, modded by 948, equals 70, modded by 423, equals 70. Decimal 698, not or 229, equals 256, and 767, equals 0. Decimal 900, multiplied with 171, equals 153,900, and 115, equals 32. Decimal 730, modded by 475, equals 255, minus 848, equals negative 593. Decimal 953. Exclusive or 599. Equals 494. Exclusive or 340. Equals 186. Decimal 928. Or 21. Equals 949. Plus 10. Equals 959. Decimal 190. Multiplied with 130. Equals 24,700. Minus 377. Equals 24,323. Decimal 141. Not and with 920. Equals 887. Divided by 744. Equals 1.1922043010752688817. Decimal 644. Exclusive or 13. Equals 649. Divided by 803. Equals 0.8082191780821911781. Decimal 3. Not or 227. Equals 28. Minus 793. Equals negative 765. Decimal 263. Or 341. Equals 343. Multiplied with 978. Equals 335,454. Decimal 605. Modded by 852. Equals 605. And 555. Equals 521. Decimal 793. Minus 739. Equals 54. Exclusive or 579. Equals 629. Decimal 930. Plus 554. Equals 1484. Multiplied with 524. Equals 777,616. Decimal 90. Not and with 729. Equals 935. Minus 427. Equals 508. Decimal 996. Multiplied with 927. Equals 923,292. Not or 164. Equals 125,251. Decimal 227. Multiplied with 894. Equals 202,938. Minus 93. Equals 202,845. Decimal 673. Modded by 254. Equals 165. Modded by 373. Equals 165. Decimal 834. Minus 638. Equals 196. Not or 485. Equals 26. Decimal 655. Modded by 281. Equals 93. Modded by 484. Equals 93. Decimal 223. And 327. Equals 71. And 641. Equals 1. Decimal 789. Minus 829. Equals negative 40. Exclusive or 185. Equals negative 159. Decimal 54. Not or 495. Equals 0. Or 867. Equals 867. Decimal 714. Exclusive or 736. Equals 42. Not end with 155. Equals 245. Decimal 974. Divided by 411. Equals 2.369829683698296837. Divided by 858. Equals 0.0027620392583899623. Decimal 324. Plus 709. Equals 1033. Divided by 579. Equals 1.784110535405872193. Decimal 458. Divided by 56. Equals 8.17857142857142857. Plus 485. Equals 493.17857142857142857. Decimal 570. Plus 478. Equals 1048. Multiplied with 927. Equals 971,496. Decimal 221. Plus 370. Equals 599. Minus 480. Equals 119. Decimal 337. Divided by 820. Equals 0.41095609756097561. Minus 490. Equals negative 489.589024390243902435. Decimal 210. Minus 297. Equals negative 87. Plus 666. Equals 579. Decimal 913. Divided by 21. Equals 43.476190476190476192. Plus 930. Equals 973.476190476190476164. Decimal 589. Divided by 696. Equals 0.84626436781609195. Plus 473. Equals 473.8462643678160919161. Decimal 474. Minus 944. Equals negative 470. Multiplied with 941. Equals negative 442270. Decimal 1. Divided by 57. Equals 0.017543859649122807. Divided by 470. Equals 0.00003732736095558. Decimal 128. Minus 556. Equals negative 428. Minus 602. Equals negative 1030. Decimal 666. Multiplied with 986. Equals 656,676. Multiplied with 762. Equals 500,387,112. Decimal 331. Minus 38. Equals 293. Divided by 57. Equals 5.1403508771929829456. Decimal 445. Minus 29. Equals 416. Minus 657. Equals negative 241. Decimal 713. Multiplied with 998. equals 711,574. Divided by 45 equals 15,812.755555555555555536. Decimal 667 plus 22 equals 689 minus 657 equals 32. Decimal 562 multiplied with 564 equals 316,968 multiplied with 591 equals 187,328,088. Decimal 243 plus 134 equals 377 minus 595 equals negative 218. Decimal 61 multiplied with 874 equals 53,314 minus 488 equals 52,826. Decimal 374 minus 783 equals negative 409 divided by 644 equals negative 0.635093167701863354. Decimal 100 multiplied with 346 equals 34,600 multiplied with 447 equals 15,466,200. Decimal 356 multiplied with 506 equals 180,136 multiplied with 438 equals 78,899,568. Decimal 9 divided by 585 equals 0.015384615384615385 minus 518 equals negative 517.984615384615384615. Decimal 202 multiplied with 921 equals 186,042 plus 42 equals 186,084. Decimal 290 multiplied with 403 equals 116,870 minus 42 equals 116,828. Decimal 956 minus 191 equals 765 multiplied with 61 equals 46,665. Decimal 673 divided by 614 equals 1.0960912052117263884 multiplied with 854 equals 936.06188925081433222. Decimal 342 multiplied with 806 equals 275,652 multiplied with 488 equals 134,518,176. Decimal 519 multiplied with 885 equals 459,315 plus 844 equals 460,159. Decimal 807 divided by 599 equals 1.347245409015025042 plus 549 equals 550.347245409015025025042. Decimal 159. Multiplied with 942. Equals 149,778. Minus 143. Equals 149,635. Decimal 443. Plus 876. Equals 1,319. Multiplied with 49. Equals 64,631. Decimal 906. Plus 161. Equals 1,067. Multiplied with 761. Equals 811,987. Decimal 181. Minus 468. Equals negative 287. Divided by 49. Equals negative 5.8571428571428571443. Decimal 989. Multiplied with 451. Equals 446,039. Minus 456. Equals 445,583. Decimal 199. Multiplied with 153. Equals 30,447. Minus 399. Equals 30,048. Decimal 53. Plus 959. Equals 1012. Multiplied with 285. Equals 288,420. Decimal 876. Minus 533. Equals 343. Multiplied with 7. Equals 2401. Decimal 372. Multiplied with 15. Equals 5,580. Multiplied with 770. Equals 4,296,600. Decimal 515. Multiplied with 741. Equals 381,615. Plus 344. Equals 381,959. Decimal 736. Multiplied with 511. Equals 376,096. Divided by 736. Equals 511. Decimal 255. Plus 710. Equals 965. Plus 761. Equals 1726. Decimal 260. Plus 340. Equals 600. Divided by 424. Equals 1.415094339622641509. Decimal 160. Divided by 936. Equals 0.170940170940170994. Minus 989. Equals negative 988.8290598290598290597. Decimal 851. Plus 45. Equals 896. Minus 283. Equals 613. Decimal 729. Minus 603. Equals 126. Multiplied with 545. Equals 68,670. Decimal 818. Plus 806. Equals 1,624. Divided by 489. Equals 3.3210633946830265585. Decimal 151. Minus 473. Equals negative 322. multiplied with 659 equals negative 212198. Decimal 776 multiplied with 906 equals 703,056 minus 896 equals 702,160. Decimal 485 divided by 569 equals 0.852372583479789104 multiplied with 954 equals 813.163444639718804907. Decimal 491 multiplied with 223 equals 109,493 multiplied with 424 equals 46,425,032. Decimal 0 plus 502 equals 502 divided by 389 equals 1.2904884318766066684. Decimal 397 divided by 916 equals 0.433406113537117904 multiplied with 182 equals 78.8799126637554585513. Decimal 342 multiplied with 517 equals 176,814 divided by 670 equals 263.901492537313432846. Decimal 443 plus 257 equals 700 divided by 54 equals 12.962962962962962963. Decimal 492 multiplied with 763 equals 375,396 divided by 627 equals 598.717703349282296676. Decimal 35 divided by 928 equals 0.03771551724137931 plus 500 equals 500.03771551724137939. Decimal 764 plus 599 equals 1363 multiplied with 210 equals 286,230. Decimal 675 multiplied with 862 equals 581,850 divided by 498 equals 1,168.373493975903614439. Decimal 556 divided by 207 equals 2.685990338164251208 plus 902 equals 904.685990338164251201. Decimal 848 minus 280 equals 568 divided by 700 equals 0.811428571428571429. Decimal 554 multiplied with 166 equals 91,964 plus 759 equals 92,723. Decimal 322 multiplied with 681 equals 219,282 minus 88 equals 219,194. Decimal 929 minus 224 equals 705 plus 476 equals 1181. Decimal 430 divided by 749 equals 0.574098798397863818 divided by 377 equals 0.001522808483813962. Decimal 227 divided by 404 equals 0.561881188118811881 divided by 254 equals 0.002212130661885086. Decimal 328 multiplied with 876 equals 287,328 divided by 459 equals 625.986928104575163339. Decimal 205 plus 244 equals 449 multiplied with 375 equals 168,375. Decimal 543 plus 46 equals 589 minus 586 equals 3. Decimal 437 multiplied with 928 equals 405,536 multiplied with 981 equals 397,830,816. Decimal 216 minus 914 equals negative 698 plus 69 equals negative 629. Decimal 355 plus 296 equals 651 divided by 472 equals 1.3792372881355932. Decimal 562 multiplied with 954 equals 536,148 multiplied with 494 equals 264,857,112. Decimal 798 multiplied with 329 equals 262,542 divided by 964 equals 272.346473029045643144. Decimal 906 divided by 928 equals 0.97629310344827586 plus 397 equals 397.9762931034482758556. Decimal 371 minus 350 equals 21 multiplied with 694 equals 14,574. Decimal 304 divided by 321 equals 0.9470404984423676601 multiplied with 115 equals 108.90965732087227414. Decimal 313 plus 189 equals 502 minus 198 equals 304. Decimal 356 multiplied with 816 equals 290,496. plus 161 equals 290,657. Decimal 623 modded by 702 equals 623 plus 975 equals 1598. Decimal 144 divided by 888 equals 0.162162162162162162162 multiplied with 951 equals 154.2162162162162162162114. Decimal 497 plus 530 equals 1027 divided by 949 equals 1.08219178082191780. Decimal 689 minus 740 equals negative 51 minus 981 equals negative 1032. Decimal 412 modded by 372 equals 40 minus 579 equals negative 539. Decimal 587 modded by 389 equals 198 modded by 194 equals 4. Decimal 241 modded by 452 equals 241 minus 386 equals negative 145. Decimal 542 minus 785 equals negative 243 divided by 299 equals negative 0.812709030100334448. Decimal 122 minus 73 equals 49 divided by 755 equals 0.064900662251655629. Decimal 752 plus 584 equals 1336 multiplied with 73 equals 97,528. Decimal 484 multiplied with 160 equals 77,440 minus 284 equals 77,156. Decimal 815 multiplied with 821 equals 669,115 divided by 191 equals 3,503.21989528795811508. Decimal 634 divided by 605 equals 1.0479338842975206661 to the power of 78 equals 38.5516430240097736112. Decimal 842 minus 118 equals 724 divided by 874 equals 0.828375286041189931. Decimal 141 minus 254 equals negative 113 divided by 305 equals negative 0.370491803278688525. Decimal 963 multiplied with 550 equals 529,650 divided by 613 equals 864.029363784665579096. Decimal 374. Divided by 395. Equals 0.94683544303797464. Plus 557. Equals 557.94683544303797467. Decimal 749. Plus 28. Equals 777. Minus 717. Equals 60. Decimal 425. Plus 566. Equals 991. Minus 371. Equals 620. Decimal 588. Plus 883. Equals 1471. Modded by 576. Equals 319. Decimal 590. Divided by 180. Equals 3.277777777777777778. Minus 92. Equals negative 88.72222222222222224. Decimal 830. Plus 10. Equals 840. Minus 797. Equals 43. Decimal 96. Multiplied with 999. Equals 95,904. Minus 183. Equals 95,721. Decimal 847. Modded by 981. Equals 847. Plus 892. Equals 1739. Decimal 253. Minus 2. Equals 251. Multiplied with 437. Equals 109,687. Decimal 946. Plus 903. Equals 1849. Multiplied with 169. Equals 312,481. Decimal 602. Divided by 180. Equals 3.3444444444444444444. Divided by 183. Equals 0.01827565270188221. Decimal 6. Multiplied with 507. Equals 3042. Modded by 127. Equals 121. Decimal 610. Multiplied with 650. Equals 396,500. Plus 309. Equals 396,809. Decimal 365. Plus 401. Equals 766. Minus 775. Equals negative 9. Decimal 697. Multiplied with 409. Equals 285,073. Multiplied with 546. Equals 155,649,858. Decimal 142. Divided by 208. Equals 0.682692307692307692. Divided by 889. Equals 0.0007679328545470028. Decimal 141. Divided by 65. Equals 2.16923076923076921. Modded by 895. Equals 2. Decimal 153. Minus 129. Equals 24. divided by 908 equals 0.0264317180616740009. Decimal 608 plus 122 equals 730. Multiplied with 853 equals 622,690. Decimal 678 multiplied with 253 equals 171,534. Multiplied with 944 equals 161,928,096. Decimal 349 minus 569 equals negative 220 divided by 821 equals negative 0.2679658952496954993. Decimal 292 plus 464 equals 756 divided by 883 equals 0.8561721404303510076. Decimal 779 multiplied with 866 equals 674,614 divided by 944 equals 714.633474576271186418. Decimal 724 plus 565 equals 1,289 modded by 867 equals 422. Decimal 325 divided by 116 equals 2.8017241379310344483 divided by 909 equals 0.00308220477220135. Decimal 47 minus 787 equals negative 740 plus 880 equals 140. Decimal 293 plus 772 equals 1065 divided by 92 equals 11.576086956521739113. Decimal 378 minus 668 equals negative 290 multiplied with 618 equals negative 179220. Decimal 648 modded by 232 equals 184 plus 305 equals 489. Decimal 824 multiplied with 128 equals 105,472 plus 599 equals 106,071. Decimal 452 plus 401 equals 853 plus 295 equals 1,148. Decimal 192 minus 759 equals negative 567 plus 243 equals negative 324. Decimal 960 minus 983 equals negative 23 plus 99 equals 76. Decimal 654 multiplied with 41 equals 26,814 minus 48 equals 26,766. Decimal 342 modded by 362 equals 342 plus 620 equals 962. Decimal 836 divided by 553 equals 1.511754068716094033 modded by 88 equals 1. Decimal 659 multiplied with 46 equals 30,314 multiplied with 212 equals 6,426,568. Decimal 842 plus 578 equals 1,420 plus 697 equals 2117. Decimal 63 multiplied with 972 equals 61,236 plus 478 equals 61,714. Decimal 165 divided by 22 equals 7.5 minus 47 equals negative 39.5. Decimal 399 divided by 197 equals 2.02538071065989847 minus 681 equals negative 678.974619289340101502. Decimal 710 minus 130 equals 580 plus 51 equals 631. Decimal 354 plus 533 equals 887 multiplied with 255 equals 226,185. Decimal 257 minus 457 equals negative 200 plus 530 equals 330. Decimal 538 divided by 365 equals 1.473972602739726027 multiplied with 983 equals 1,448.915068493150684947. Decimal 691 modded by 644 equals 47 plus 335 equals 382. Decimal 899 modded by 764 equals 135 multiplied with 526 equals 71,010. Decimal 95 multiplied with 240 equals 22,800 divided by 251 equals 90.836653386454183266. Decimal 18 minus 632 equals negative 614 divided by 119 equals negative 5.1596638655462184847. Decimal 932 plus 646 equals 1,578 plus 906 equals 2484. Decimal 205 minus 481 equals negative 276 plus 31 equals negative 245. Decimal 511 modded by 992 equals 511 plus 483 equals 994. Decimal 415 multiplied with 272 equals 112,880 plus 920 equals 113,800. Decimal 861 minus 899 equals negative 38 plus 945 equals 907. Decimal 446 plus 562 equals 1008 multiplied with 959 equals 966,672. Decimal 152 minus 971 equals negative 819 plus 705 equals negative 114. Decimal 946 minus 628 equals 318 divided by 750 equals 0.424. Decimal 198 multiplied with 820 equals 162,360 divided by 581 equals 279.449225473321858859. Decimal 215 modded by 881 equals 215 modded by 283 equals 215. Decimal 215 divided by 286 equals 0.751748251748251748 minus 333 equals negative 332.24825174825174825. Decimal 901 plus 519 equals 1420 multiplied with 739 equals 1,049,380. Decimal 489 minus 733 equals negative 244 divided by 595 equals negative 0.410084033613445378. Decimal 578 plus 80 equals 658 modded by 555 equals 103. Decimal 791 modded by 291 equals 209 multiplied with 809 equals 169,081. Decimal 810 plus 884 equals 1,694 multiplied with 713 equals 1,207,822. Decimal 518 modded by 211 equals 96 divided by 111 equals 0.86486486486486486485. Decimal 838 minus 416 equals 422 modded by 36 equals 26. Decimal 566 modded by 652 equals 566 modded by 940 equals 566. Decimal 229 and 906 equals 128 plus 314 equals 442. Decimal 527 not or 671 equals 352 and 705 equals 64. Decimal 516 or 49 equals 565 and 516 equals 516. Decimal 711. Not or 3 equals 312. Minus 563 equals negative 251. Decimal 126 plus 504 equals 630. And 14 equals 6. Decimal 812 divided by 638 equals 1.2727272727272727 divided by 180 equals 0.00707070707070771. Decimal 751 multiplied with 730 equals 548,230 plus 3 equals 548,233. Decimal 137 or 855 equals 991. Not and with 699 equals 356. Decimal 991 plus 155 equals 1146 plus 256 equals 1402. Decimal 922 not and with 495 equals 629. Not and with 448 equals 959. Decimal 920 not or 996 equals 3. Not and with 485 equals 510. Decimal 928 modded by 474 equals 454 minus 688 equals negative 234. Decimal 581 or 68 equals 581 divided by 123 equals 4.723577235772357723. Decimal 649 minus 122 equals 527. Not and with 147 equals 1020. Decimal 902 divided by 135 equals 6.681481481481481481 modded by 250 equals 6. Decimal 193 not and with 952 equals 895 minus 447 equals 448. Decimal 440 plus 366 equals 806 and 881 equals 800. Decimal 285 and 562 equals 16 modded by 453 equals 16. Decimal 184 exclusive or 739 equals 603 or 944 equals 1019. Decimal 580 minus 859 equals negative 279 and 893 equals 617. Decimal 794 plus 989 equals 1783. Not or 730 equals 256. Decimal 627 minus 448 equals 179 multiplied with 799 equals 143,021. Decimal 578 minus 578 equals 0. Plus 444 equals 444. Decimal 21 and 792 equals 16. Plus 27 equals 43. Decimal 41 plus 492 equals 533 plus 782 equals 1315. Decimal 172 not and with 354 equals 479. Not and with 885 equals 682. Decimal 907 exclusive or 690 equals 313 minus 837 equals negative 524. Decimal 41 and 964 equals 0 and 538 equals 0. Decimal 146 not or 514 equals 365 not or 825 equals 130. Decimal 755 plus 0 equals 755 modded by 793 equals 755. Decimal 787 divided by 268 equals 2.93656716417910447 plus 478 equals 480.93656716417910449. Decimal 257 plus 92 equals 349. Not and with 406 equals 235. Decimal 197 multiplied with 303 equals 59,691. And 379 equals 299. Decimal 683 multiplied with 16 equals 10,928. And 108 equals 32. Decimal 61 and 687 equals 45. Not and with 628 equals 987. Decimal 51 plus 54 equals 105 divided by 294 equals 0.3571428571428574143. Decimal 744 plus 391 equals 1135 divided by 429 equals 2.64568764568764568. Decimal 268 minus 588 equals negative 320 minus 416 equals negative 736. Decimal 952 and 763 equals 696. Not and with 473 equals 871. Decimal 285 exclusive or 229 equals 504. Not or 43 equals 4. Decimal 418 modded by 975 equals 418 divided by 281 equals 1.4875444483985765125. Decimal 279 not and with 554 equals 1021. Modded by 995 equals 26. Decimal 820 and 864 equals 800. Multiplied with 711 equals 568,800. Decimal 207. Not and with 173 equals 114. Minus 585 equals negative 471. Decimal 880 plus 282 equals 1162. Exclusive or 679 equals 1581. Decimal 880. Not and with 966 equals 191. Divided by 750 equals 0.2546666666666666667. Decimal 622 multiplied with 987 equals 613,914. Not or 637 equals 434,560. Decimal 758. Not or 261 equals 8 or 611 equals 619. Decimal 284. Modded by 901 equals 284. Multiplied with 879 equals 249,636. Decimal 768. Not and with 263 equals 767. And 428 equals 172. Decimal 178 minus 912 equals negative 734. Minus 836 equals negative 1570. Decimal 571. Modded by 883 equals 571. Plus 756 equals 1327. Decimal 48. And 273 equals 16. Not or 968 equals 39. Decimal 78. Exclusive or 615 equals 553 minus 13 equals 540. Decimal 282 divided by 971 equals 0.290422245108135942. Not or 408 equals 103.70956420898435. Decimal 831. Not and with 778 equals 245 minus 731 equals negative 486. Decimal 151 plus 700 equals 851 and 269 equals 257. Decimal 144 modded by 658 equals 144 divided by 330 equals 0.43636363636363634. Decimal 305 modded by 977 equals 305 or 842 equals 891. Decimal 27 and 973 equals 9. Exclusive or 985 equals 976. Decimal 238 divided by 289 equals 0.823529411764705882 divided by 281 equals 0.0029307096504082006. Decimal 149. Not and with 357 equals 506 plus 201 equals 707. Decimal 327 minus 789 equals negative 462. Exclusive or 199 equals negative 267. Decimal 413 plus 405 equals 818. And 969 equals 768. Decimal 641 modded by 862 equals 641 modded by 671 equals 641. Decimal 440 plus 243 equals 683. Not or 595 equals 260. Decimal 767 and 282 equals 26 and 677 equals 0. Decimal 595 multiplied with 509 equals 302,855. Not or 665 equals 221,280. Decimal 419 or 847 equals 1007 plus 906 equals 1913. Decimal 970 multiplied with 667 equals 646,990 or 344 equals 647,006. Decimal 118 and 595 equals 82. Exclusive or 185 equals 235. Decimal 961 minus 790 equals 171 divided by 70 equals 2.442857142857142857. Decimal 911 or 81 equals 991 not and with 37 equals 1018. Decimal 410 minus 404 equals 6 and 70 equals 6. Decimal 81 modded by 28 equals 25 minus 553 equals negative 528. Decimal 277 or 8 equals 285 minus 651 equals negative 366. Decimal 538 modded by 680 equals 538 plus 979 equals 1517. Decimal 26 exclusive or 83 equals 73. Not and with 652 equals 1015. Decimal 115 divided by 584 equals 0.196917808219178082. Exclusive or 531 equals 531.1969146728515625. Decimal 991. And 16. Equals 16. Modded by 260. Equals 16. Decimal 83. Plus 647. Equals 730. Minus 868. Equals negative 138. Decimal 201. Exclusive or 923. Equals 850. Modded by 51. Equals 34. Decimal 840. Or 467. Equals 987. Divided by 686. Equals 1.438775510204081633. Decimal 889. Minus 27. Equals 862. Modded by 907. Equals 862. Decimal 524. Modded by 800. Equals 524. Multiplied with 525. Equals 275,100. Decimal 550. Plus 550. Equals 1,108. Or 75. Equals 1,119. Decimal 827. Minus 423. Equals 404. Not and with 611. Equals 1023. Decimal 899. Not or 910. Equals 112. Divided by 89. Equals 1.2584269662921348131. Decimal 972. Or 751. Equals 1007. Or 600. Equals 1023. Decimal 645. Minus 258. Equals 387. Plus 23. Equals 410. Decimal 467. And 559. Equals 3. Minus 54. Equals negative 51. Decimal 6416. Exclusive or 5985. Equals 3697. Modded by 2631. Equals 1066. Decimal 4313. And 9361. Equals 145. Or 2036. Equals 2037. Decimal 9797. Not or 9072. Equals 6282. Not and with 8704. Equals 16383. Decimal 6909. Exclusive or 3556. Equals 5913. Or 7027. Equals 8059. Decimal 3978. Multiplied with 6285. Equals 25,001,730. Minus 6959. Equals 24,994,771. Decimal 3660. Exclusive or 921. Equals 3541. Plus 4733. Equals 8274. Decimal 2813. Not or 4865. Equals 1026. Not and with 4,269. Equals 8,191. Decimal 7,889. Multiplied with 4,034. Equals 31,824,226. Modded by 1,736. Equals 1,610. Decimal 6,679. Modded by 7,991. Equals 6,679. Modded by 2051. Equals 526. Decimal 4,705. Not or 8,571. Equals 3,204. Plus 1,099. Equals 4,303. Decimal 3,910. Divided by 5,061. Equals 0.772574590001975894. Plus 1,572. Equals 1,572.772574590001975925. Decimal 1,395. Not and with 7,407. Equals 7,068. Or 2763. Equals 7,135. Decimal 824. Or 9,189. Equals 9,213. Divided by 3,540. Equals 2.602542372881355932. Decimal 4,316. Or 7,350. Equals 7,422. Multiplied with 9,856. Equals 73,151,232. Decimal 3,879. Minus 6,272. Equals negative 2393. And 8,322. Equals 8,322. Decimal 7,058. Exclusive or 489. Equals 6,779. Exclusive or 6,795. Equals 240. Decimal 4,284. Multiplied with 4,771. Equals 20,438,964. Minus 8,083. Equals 20,430,881. Decimal 4,685. Not or 7,719. Equals 400. Modded by 8,516. Equals 400. Decimal 1,428. Exclusive or 6,031. Equals 4,635. Not and with 5,518. Equals 4,085. Decimal 2004. Or 359. Equals 2039. Multiplied with 7,039. Equals 14,352,521. Decimal 2,986. Modded by 2122. Equals 864. Modded by 5,869. Equals 864. Decimal 1832. Multiplied with 1956. Equals 3,583,392. Minus 6,001. Equals 3,577,391. Decimal 1816 minus 7,657 equals negative 5,841. Exclusive or 2851 equals negative 7,668. Decimal 7,762 or 1,116 equals 7,774. Not or 853 equals 160. Decimal 5,452 plus 4,106 equals 9,558 or 2947 equals 12,247. Decimal 3,785 not and with 362 equals 4,023 minus 2109 equals 1914. Decimal 9,758 modded by 8,327 equals 1,431 modded by 9,212 equals 1,431. Decimal 1,472 and 9,826 equals 1,088 modded by 1,362 equals 1,088. Decimal 7,351 modded by 8,041 equals 7,351. Not and with 3,439 equals 5,080. Decimal 4,946 plus 300 equals 5,254. Not and with 4,975 equals 4,089. Decimal 1,543 minus 84 equals 1,459 minus 4,750 equals negative 3,291. Decimal 6,049 exclusive or 3,756 equals 6,413. Not and with 4,463 equals 3,826. Decimal 7,900 and 9,314 equals 1,088 minus 7,873 equals negative 6,785. Decimal 3,929 or 7,987 equals 8,059 and 8,158 equals 8,026. Decimal 2264 minus 7,136 equals negative 4,872 minus 2253 equals negative 7,125. Decimal 3,268 and 1,000 equals 192. Not and with 8,666 equals 16,191. Decimal 6,203 or 3,457 equals 7,611 minus 4,463 equals 3,148. Decimal 5,959 or 7,346 equals 8,183 modded by 2,998 equals 2187. Decimal 2144 exclusive or 4,714 equals 6,666 divided by 45 equals 148.1333333333333333331. Decimal 8156. Modded by 839. Equals 605. Divided by 8744. Equals 0.069190301921317475. Decimal 9299. Minus 6912. Equals 2387. Modded by 542. Equals 219. Decimal 7820. Minus 6648. Equals 1172. Not or 5020. Equals 2147. Decimal 1273. Minus 7880. Equals negative 6607. Not and with 3745. Equals 6014. Decimal 1068. Modded by 7832. Equals 1068. Plus 3023. Equals 4091. Decimal 903. Minus 7194. Equals negative 6291. Plus 6662. Equals 371. Decimal 7301. Or 4536. Equals 7613. Modded by 8533. Equals 7613. Decimal 6290. Or 320. Equals 6610. Or 3956. Equals 8182. Decimal 3943. Not and with 4261. Equals 8154. Or 1757. Equals 8159. Decimal 4631. Or 2016. Equals 6135. Exclusive or 8249. Equals 14286. Decimal 3831. Multiplied with 9713. Equals 37,210,503. And 9773. Equals 5. Decimal 3398. Modded by 6251. Equals 3398. Or 9340. Equals 11646. Decimal 6372. Not and with 2439. Equals 6011. Exclusive or 6493. Equals 3622. Decimal 1229. Minus 5891. Equals negative 4662. And 7693. Equals 3080. Decimal 6847. Minus 7348. Equals negative 501. Not and with 8219. Equals 16,366. Decimal 2326. Or 9,329. Equals 11,639. Plus 8,377. Equals 20,016. Decimal 3,376. Not and with 7,725. Equals 5,087. Exclusive or 642. Equals 4,445. Decimal 9936. Exclusive or 2440. Equals 12,120. Modded by 9123. Equals 2997. Decimal 6186. Not and with 3669. Equals 6143. Divided by 3094. Equals 1.9854557207498383837. Decimal 6116. Exclusive or 112. Equals 6036. Minus 9062. Equals negative 3026. Decimal 5335. Divided by 1029. Equals 5.1846452866861030013. Modded by 5316. Equals 5. Decimal 2950. And 3120. Equals 2048. And 9739. Equals 0. Decimal 2494. Not and with 844. Equals 3827. Or 7658. Equals 8187. Decimal 1909. Modded by 3945. Equals 1909. Minus 6835. Equals negative 4926. Decimal 5555. And 7657. Equals 5537. Multiplied with 5662. Equals 31,350,494. Decimal 4518. Plus 6341. Equals 10,859. Or 697. Equals 11,003. Decimal 2796. Exclusive or 2433. Equals 877. Divided by 1894. Equals 0.463041182682154171. Decimal 1251. Exclusive or 195. Equals 1056. Divided by 3661. Equals 0.2884457798415733341. Decimal 8925. Divided by 7131. Equals 1.25157761884728646. Multiplied with 8332. Equals 10,428.14472023559108127. Decimal 2310. And 6067. Equals 258. And 6984. Equals 256. Decimal 4891. Or 4891. Equals 4891. Or 7384. Equals 8155. Decimal 1953. Not and with 6518. Equals 7903. Or 5940. Equals 8191. Decimal 2355. Exclusive or 9417. Equals 11770. Divided by 9070. equals 1.2976846747519292438. Decimal 2850 divided by 2504 equals 1.1381789137380191969 and 777 equals 1. Decimal 2870 plus 6749 equals 9619. Not and with 3736 equals 15215. Decimal 1572 minus 3192 equals negative 1620. Exclusive or 7768 equals negative 6156. Decimal 1139 plus 6143 equals 7282. Multiplied with 2326 equals 16,937,932. Decimal 9946 or 1494 equals 10,206. Exclusive or 5,909 equals 12,491. Decimal 3,307 or 5,452 equals 7,663. Not and with 6,601 equals 1,590. Decimal 803 not and with 8,017 equals 7,422. Exclusive or 9,749 equals 15,083. Decimal 1990 modded by 1,770 equals 220 and 6,589 equals 156. Decimal 8,551 modded by 8,969 equals 8,551 and 2710 equals 6. Decimal 7,285 not or 8,216 equals 898. Exclusive or 9,705 equals 9,835. Decimal 1863 or 5,282 equals 6,119 divided by 7,800 equals 0.784487179487179487. Decimal 9,110 plus 5,391 equals 14,501 and 123 equals 33. Decimal 4,232 exclusive or 3,032 equals 6,992 exclusive or 4,518 equals 2806. Decimal 2738 exclusive or 9,307 equals 12,009 not or 9,880 equals 4,358. Decimal 4,821 or 5,997 equals 6,141 not and with 9,683 equals 14,894. Decimal 746 exclusive or 8,089 equals 7,539 exclusive or 4,223 equals 3,340. Decimal 3310. Divided by 4585. Equals 0.721919302071973828. Not or 5460. Equals 2731.2780761711875. Decimal 2751. And 3713. Equals 2689. Plus 4769. Equals 7458. Decimal 5199. Not or 3649. Equals 432. Multiplied with 2781. Equals 1,201,392. Decimal 1711. And 359. Equals 39. Not or 2853. Equals 1240. Decimal 7595. Modded by 8582. Equals 7595. Not and with 6260. Equals 2015. Decimal 3707. Minus 6067. Equals negative 2360. Not or 9162. Equals 5125. Decimal 1864. Or 1178. Equals 2010. Exclusive or 5363. Equals 4905. Decimal 3447. Modded by 6002. Equals 3447. Not and with 5879. Equals 7048. Decimal 1824. Multiplied with 5059. Equals 9,227,616. And 5046. Equals 288. Decimal 9308. Multiplied with 1081. Equals 10,061,948. Divided by 5110. Equals 1969.070058708414872828. Decimal 6754. Multiplied with 712. Equals 4,808,848. Plus 9,210. Equals 4,818,058. Decimal 2776. Minus 7,473. Equals negative 4,697. Plus 581. Equals negative 4,116. Decimal 5,435. Minus 5,221. Equals 214. Minus 1839. Equals negative 1,625. Decimal 7,852. Divided by 3,416. Equals 2.298594847775175644. Divided by 8,954. Equals 0.00025671150857744. Decimal 4,779. Divided by 2565. Equals 1.863157894736842105. Minus 1,315. Equals negative 1,313.13684210526315786. Decimal 7,980. minus 7,931 equals 49. Multiplied with 7,686 equals 376,614. Decimal 1,698 divided by 5,608 equals 0.302781740370898716. Multiplied with 6,518 equals 1,973.531383737517831745. Decimal 3,872 minus 7,258 equals negative 3,386 divided by 2693 equals negative 1.25733382844411431. Decimal 7,721 divided by 5,171 equals 1.493134790175981435 divided by 1,641 equals 0.000909893229845205. Decimal 3,488 divided by 5,107 equals 0.682984139416487174 minus 4,196 equals negative 4,195.317015860583512943. Decimal 4,402 plus 5,334 equals 9,736 minus 1,247 equals 8,489. Decimal 7,177 plus 533 equals 7,710 multiplied with 7,684 equals 59,243,640. Decimal 7,647 plus 5,757 equals 13,404 minus 2,450 equals 10,954. Decimal 6,212 multiplied with 1,754 equals 10,895,848 plus 2612 equals 10,898,460. Decimal 8,369 multiplied with 6,315 equals 52,850,235 minus 4,227 equals 52,846,008. Decimal 5,352 divided by 2416 equals 2.2152317880794701999 minus 4,496 equals negative 4,493.784768211920529701. Decimal 1,249 minus 2,254 equals negative 1,005 multiplied with 3,619 equals negative 3637095. Decimal 7,102 multiplied with 8,835 equals 62,746,170 plus 1,045 equals 62,747,215. Decimal 1,124 plus 4,688 equals 5,812 minus 7,174 equals negative 1,362. Decimal 9641 minus 3367 equals 6274. Divided by 2153 equals 2.91407338597306085. Decimal 4303 divided by 2325 equals 1.850752688172043011 plus 2680 equals 2681.850752688172043081. Decimal 2379 plus 540 equals 2919 multiplied with 6867 equals 20,044,773. Decimal 5324 minus 5406 equals negative 82 multiplied with 3080 equals negative 252560. Decimal 8856 plus 9591 equals 18,447 divided by 4159 equals 4.435441211829766771. Decimal 9008 divided by 6700 equals 1.344477611940298507 plus 9379 equals 9380.3444776119402988. Decimal 8329 plus 8805 equals 17,134 divided by 7,274 equals 2.355512785262579049. Decimal 587 minus 5,111 equals negative 4,524 minus 2041 equals negative 6,565. Decimal 9017 multiplied with 1,194 equals 10,766,298 plus 4,693 equals 10,770,991. Decimal 5346 divided by 8,949 equals 0.597385182701977875 multiplied with 7,143 equals 4,267.12236004022795832. Decimal 3,334 divided by 9,619 equals 0.346605676265724088 minus 9,533 equals negative 9,532.653394323734276306. Decimal 3050 multiplied with 5,744 equals 17,519,200 divided by 7,492 equals 2,338.387613454351308118. Decimal 1934 multiplied with 7,070 equals 13,673,380 divided by 6,511 equals 2,100.043004146828444112. Decimal 7,344 multiplied with 3,338 equals 24,514,272 plus 5,407 equals 24,519,679. Decimal 6,984 divided by 8,545 equals 0.81732007021650087 plus 5,469 equals 5,469.81732007021650066. Decimal 2314 minus 4,039 equals negative 1,725 plus 2341 equals 616. Decimal 3,201 multiplied with 3,541 equals 11,334,741 plus 2,971 equals 11,337,712. Decimal 6,674 divided by 1,358 equals 4.914580265095729013 multiplied with 6,627 equals 32,568.923416789396169335. Decimal 9,561 divided by 9,545 equals 1.001676270298585647 plus 3,653 equals 3,654.001676270298585747. Decimal 942 plus 9,018 equals 9,960 minus 3,710 equals 6,250. Decimal 6,054 multiplied with 5,397 equals 32,673,438 divided by 8,789 equals 3,717.5376038229605188896. Decimal 7,384 plus 1,451 equals 8,835 divided by 1,737 equals 5.086355785837651123. Decimal 8,977 minus 9,226 equals negative 249 divided by 778 equals negative 0.320051413881748072. Decimal 1897 minus 7,723 equals negative 5,826 plus 8,267 equals 2441. Decimal 6,345 minus 7,457 equals negative 1,112 minus 7,555 equals negative 8,667. Decimal 8,685 divided by 2251 equals 3.85828520657485562 minus 1,025 equals negative 1,021.141714793425144437. Decimal 403 minus 8,780 equals negative 8,377 plus 9,642 equals 1,265. Decimal 4,964 divided by 7,685 equals 0.6459336369551073552 divided by 2088 equals 0.0003093551901125999 decimal 6105 divided by 4993 equals 1.22271179651512117 divided by 4321 equals 0.00028296963585168 decimal 6150 divided by 6464 equals 0.9514232673267326773 multiplied with 5112 equals 4863.6757425742574257 decimal 4036 divided by 7874 equals 0.51257302514605092 minus 2145 equals negative 2144.4874269748539499702 decimal 2715 multiplied with 4039 equals 10,965,885 divided by 7,053 equals 1,554.783071033602722233 decimal 4,548 minus 5,718 equals negative 1,170 plus 5,007 equals 3,837 decimal 7,810 plus 7,206 equals 15,016 minus 8,036 equals 6,980 decimal 4,302 multiplied with 915 equals 3,936,330 divided by 9,587 equals 410.590382810055283203 decimal 7,570 divided by 4,580 equals 1.652838427947598253 multiplied with 9,042 equals 14,944.9650655021834060032 decimal 6,332 divided by 8,013 equals 0.790215899163858873 divided by 839 equals 0.0009418544686100082 decimal 3,795 plus 4,132 equals 7,927 plus 1,561 equals 9,488 decimal 7,120 plus 4,474 equals 11,594 plus 2671 equals 14,265 decimal 7,630 divided by 4,346 equals 1.7556373676944316661 minus 9,379 equals negative 9,377.2443626326305568539 decimal 6,653 divided by 3708 equals 1.794228694714131607 multiplied with 8737 equals 15,676.1761057173678528554. Decimal 3016 multiplied with 7510 equals 22,650,160 minus 5,233 equals 22,644,927. Decimal 8,135 plus 2077 equals 10,212 multiplied with 145 equals 1,480,740. Decimal 4,920 multiplied with 9,533 equals 46,902,360 minus 7,514 equals 46,894,846. Decimal 4,025 divided by 6,966 equals 0.5778064886592018838 minus 6,262 equals negative 6,261.4221935113407988189. Decimal 290 divided by 2949 equals 0.09833841980332316 multiplied with 8,979 equals 882.980671414038657152. Decimal 3157 multiplied with 8,864 equals 27,983,648 plus 6,190 equals 27,989,838. Decimal 7,425 multiplied with 2744 equals 20,374,200 plus 9,062 equals 20,383,262. Decimal 1,638 divided by 2566 equals 0.6383476227591582223 plus 569 equals 569.63834762275915824. Decimal 7,519 plus 3,525 equals 11,044 divided by 5,734 equals 1.9260551098709452239. Decimal 5,782 divided by 1,396 equals 4.1418338108882522149 divided by 8,995 equals 0.00046045956763627. Decimal 7,239 plus 7,715 equals 14,954 minus 8,441 equals 6,513. Decimal 133 minus 8,096 equals negative 7,963 minus 2079 equals negative 10042. Decimal 9,518 divided by 7,807 equals 1.21916229025233746. multiplied with 2287 equals 2788.2241578070961958116. Decimal 9785 plus 9332 equals 19117 multiplied with 4761 equals 91,016,037. Decimal 8495 plus 6869 equals 15,364 plus 7,383 equals 22,747. Decimal 7,308 plus 6,534 equals 13,842 plus 2748 equals 16,590. Decimal 775 divided by 4,145 equals 0.18697225572979494 minus 7,412 equals negative 7,411.813027744270204966. Decimal 5,056 minus 2470 equals 2586 multiplied with 6,713 equals 17,359,818. Decimal 3,651 multiplied with 1823 equals 6,655,773 divided by 8,066 equals 825.164021819985122719. Decimal 7,460 minus 9,022 equals negative 1,562 divided by 7,650 equals negative 0.2041830065359477712. Decimal 7,875 minus 2307 equals 5,568 plus 7,388 equals 12,956. Decimal 5,582 plus 222 equals 5,804 plus 279 equals 6,083. Decimal 4,266 divided by 1,328 equals 3.2123493975903614446 minus 1,612 equals negative 1,608.787650602409638578. Decimal 5,325 multiplied with 2783 equals 14,819,475 divided by 723 equals 20,497.19917012448132709. Decimal 861 divided by 1,332 equals 0.6463963963963963996 plus 3,679 equals 3,679.646396396396396396344. Decimal 6,971 minus 8,200 equals negative 1,237 divided by 7,441 equals negative 0.1662410966267974773. Decimal 107 divided by 526 equals 0.2034220532319399164 minus 7840 equals negative 7839.796577946768060929 decimal 3406 multiplied with 8258 equals 28,126,748 plus 3,255 equals 28,130,003 decimal 2894 plus 865 equals 3,759 plus 181 equals 3,940 decimal 9,694 plus 3,645 equals 13,339 divided by 1,079 equals 12.3623725671918443 decimal 1911 divided by 7,104 equals 0.269003378378378377838 divided by 7,775 equals 0.0000345985052576669 decimal 4,473 multiplied with 786 equals 3,515,778 divided by 1904 equals 1,846.5220588235294111797 decimal 5,337 plus 4,664 equals 10,001 divided by 4,656 equals 2.14798109965635738 decimal 2737 divided by 1,515 equals 1.8066006600660066601 minus 5,561 equals negative 5,559.1933993339933993299375 decimal 7,984 multiplied with 6,100 equals 48,702,400 minus 7,994 equals 48,694,406 decimal 254 multiplied with 7,040 equals 1,788,160 minus 9,973 equals 1,778,187 decimal 2340 plus 5,620 equals 7,960 multiplied with 8,030 equals 63,918,800 decimal 5,593 minus 3,093 equals 2,500 plus 9,622 equals 12,122 decimal 4,800 multiplied with 125 equals 600,000 minus 7,284 equals 592,716 decimal 5,518 divided by 1958 equals 2.8181818181818181882 multiplied with 3,310 equals 9,328.181818181818181811657 decimal 3,095 divided by 2495 equals 1.24048096192384769 minus 8316 equals negative 8314.759519038076152064. Decimal 2134 plus 9553 equals 11687 plus 1803 equals 13490. Decimal 147 multiplied with 63 equals 9261 plus 9426 equals 18687. Decimal 1743 modded by 2252 equals 1743 minus 1824 equals negative 81. Decimal 8577 modded by 4433 equals 4144 multiplied with 1404 equals 5,818,176. Decimal 5881 divided by 7715 equals 0.762281270252754375 divided by 1527 equals 0.000499201879667816. Decimal 2369 modded by 8214 equals 2369 plus 2436 equals 4805. Decimal 5470 minus 3735 equals 1735 divided by 484 equals 3.584710743801652893. Decimal 1100 multiplied with 251 equals 276,100 modded by 44 equals 0. Decimal 4151 divided by 719 equals 5.773296244784422809 divided by 9702 equals 0.000595062486578481. Decimal 251 modded by 4628 equals 251 plus 3029 equals 3280. Decimal 501 divided by 4283 equals 0.116974083586271305 minus 2960 equals negative 2967.883025916413728629. Decimal 6651 plus 6144 equals 12,795 modded by 1504 equals 763. Decimal 5837 modded by 6326 equals 5837 modded by 1746 equals 599. Decimal 441 modded by 1232 equals 441 plus 6028 equals 6469. Decimal 5466 multiplied with 6131 equals 33,512,046 minus 2256 equals 33,509,790. Decimal 9,960 minus 9,249 equals 711 minus 9,978 equals negative 9,267. Decimal 8,770 divided by 6,967 equals 1.2587914453853888259 modded by 6,000 equals 1. Decimal 1,350 modded by 1956 equals 1,350 plus 5,171 equals 6,521. Decimal 1,279 multiplied with 9,118 equals 11,661,922 divided by 8,951 equals 1,302.862473466651770715. Decimal 1,332 minus 4,351 equals negative 3,019 multiplied with 3,816 equals negative 11520,504. Decimal 2423 minus 9,022 equals negative 6,599 multiplied with 6,209 equals negative 40973191. Decimal 3,752 modded by 8,775 equals 3,752 multiplied with 7,968 equals 29,895,936. Decimal 9,758 minus 4,686 equals 5,072 modded by 5,471 equals 5,072. Decimal 5,315 divided by 2681 equals 1.98246922790000373 modded by 4,257 equals 1. Decimal 2047 minus 1,083 equals 964 plus 5,175 equals 6,139. Decimal 5,437 modded by 283 equals 60 multiplied with 4,134 equals 248,040. Decimal 1820 plus 8,064 equals 9,884 divided by 3,178 equals 3.110132158590308837. Decimal 2490 multiplied with 6,172 equals 15,368,280 modded by 5,647 equals 2793. Decimal 1,483 minus 3,455 equals negative 1972 plus 6,666 equals 4,694. Decimal 4,345 plus 5,989 equals 10,334 minus 3,038 equals 7,296. Decimal 9280 plus 7106 equals 16386 minus 8644 equals 7742. Decimal 2103 minus 8950 equals negative 6847 plus 4696 equals negative 2151. Decimal 9124 divided by 353 equals 25.847025495750708216 modded by 1633 equals 25. Decimal 7941 plus 6323 equals 14,264 multiplied with 4,524 equals 64,530,336. Decimal 7,465 minus 8,132 equals negative 667 plus 5,620 equals 4,953. Decimal 494 minus 3,035 equals negative 2541 plus 9,418 equals 6,877. Decimal 1970 modded by 5,331 equals 1970 divided by 2254 equals 0.874001774622892635. Decimal 8135 modded by 952 equals 519 divided by 3753 equals 0.1382893685051958843. Decimal 6665 minus 6517 equals 148 modded by 9473 equals 148. Decimal 3242 divided by 4344 equals 0.746316758747697974 modded by 4045 equals 0. Decimal 8258 plus 9376 equals 17,634 divided by 4,774 equals 3.693757855048177629. Decimal 1362 modded by 1911 equals 1362 multiplied with 3823 equals 5,206,926. Decimal 8959 divided by 9656 equals 0.9278169014084507074 modded by 6966 equals 0. Decimal 1892 minus 7244 equals negative 5352 plus 2113 equals negative 3239. Decimal 9177 plus 872 equals 10,049 modded by 5776 equals 4273. Decimal 2888 multiplied with 9285 equals 26,815,080 plus 6,331 equals 26,821,411. Decimal 4083 divided by 7007 equals 0.582703011274439846 divided by 2303 equals 0.000253019110410091. Decimal 7423 modded by 5443 equals 1980 minus 562 equals 1418. Decimal 7695 minus 800 equals 6887 minus 6267 equals 620. Decimal 9719 modded by 4305 equals 1109 minus 3961 equals negative 2852. Decimal 3683 multiplied with 6573 equals 24,208,359 divided by 1540 equals 15,719.713636363636363846. Decimal 2785 minus 5,726 equals negative 2941 minus 5,543 equals negative 8,484. Decimal 5055 multiplied with 2055 equals 10,388,025 divided by 353 equals 29,427.832861189801699098. Decimal 9531 minus 5151 equals 4380 multiplied with 9170 equals 40,164,600. Decimal 7241 multiplied with 5818 equals 42,128,138 plus 3607 equals 42,131,745. Decimal 8680 minus 2479 equals 6201 divided by 6174 equals 1.00437317784256559. Decimal 2775 minus 2111 equals 664 multiplied with 5152 equals 3,420,928. Decimal 2599 divided by 314 equals 8.2770700636942675116 divided by 7612 equals 0.001087371264279331. Decimal 4081 plus 8815 equals 12,896 plus 4,619 equals 17,515. Decimal 5040 modded by 1109 equals 604 modded by 8978 equals 604. Decimal 6166 minus 5064 equals 1102 divided by 8938 equals 0.1232938017453569003. Decimal 3686 minus 927 equals 2759 modded by 1854 equals 905. Decimal 6357 divided by 3387 equals 1.876882196634189548 divided by 7392 equals 0.00025390722357063. Decimal 6045 modded by 1070 equals 695 multiplied with 52 equals 36,140. Decimal 6716 modded by 1084 equals 212 modded by 5664 equals 212. Decimal 1970 minus 9757 equals negative 7787 minus 7457 equals negative 15244. Decimal 1194 minus 6611 equals negative 5417 modded by 7929 equals negative 5417. Decimal 8565 modded by 7111 equals 1454 plus 8554 equals 10,008. Decimal 3622 plus 9168 equals 12,790 plus 6,675 equals 19,465. Decimal 9531 divided by 363 equals 26.25619834710743817 divided by 8969 equals 0.0029274387721158892. Decimal 8248 plus 7382 equals 15,630 divided by 8,391 equals 1.862710046478369682. Decimal 144 plus 1,517 equals 1,661 modded by 9,062 equals 1,661. Decimal 198 plus 5,302 equals 5,500 multiplied with 4,275 equals 23,512,500. Decimal 2413 minus 5,259 equals negative 2846 multiplied with 864 equals negative 2458944. Decimal 4270 divided by 3915 equals 1.0906768837803320056 minus 2597 equals negative 2595.909323116219667993. Decimal 8111 divided by 6,974 equals 1.1630341267565242233 minus 3,622 equals negative 3,620.836965873243475711. Decimal 1865 modded by 2878 equals 1865 modded by 3023 equals 1865. Decimal 3219 divided by 3335 equals 0.9652173913043478826 plus 7054 equals 7054.9652173913043483027. Decimal 6300 modded by 8316 equals 6300 divided by 1928 equals 3.2676348547717842232. Decimal 22 plus 8757 equals 8779 multiplied with 7156 equals 62,822,524. Decimal 799 minus 1,234 equals negative 435 divided by 6,070 equals negative 0.071663920922570016. Decimal 9,352 plus 6,769 equals 16,121 modded by 3,432 equals 2393. Decimal 972 modded by 3,396 equals 972 minus 404 equals 568. Decimal 8,184 divided by 9,846 equals 0.8312004875076173007 modded by 1,210 equals 0. Decimal 6,090 multiplied with 3,291 equals 20,042,190 divided by 459 equals 43,664.901960784313725839. Decimal 6,761 divided by 5,154 equals 1.3117966627861854887 minus 3,101 equals negative 3,099.6882033372138145448. Decimal 1952 modded by 2,971 equals 1952 plus 8,068 equals 10,020. Decimal 1,554 plus 710 equals 2264 modded by 8,234 equals 2264. Decimal 338 minus 7,640 equals negative 7,302 multiplied with 5,309 equals negative 3876631. Decimal 5,930 plus 9,580 equals 15,510 plus 8,130 equals 23,640. Decimal 9209. Modded by 3216. Equals 2777. Minus 1500. Equals 1277. Decimal 5632. Plus 8673. Equals 14305. Plus 9630. Equals 23,935. Decimal 9047. Multiplied with 2210. Equals 19,993,870. Minus 9,557. Equals 19,984,313. Decimal 4019. Divided by 1882. Equals 2.1354941551540913992. Multiplied with 6,676. Equals 14,256.558979808714134663. Decimal 7,710. Plus 1,638. Equals 9,348. Plus 5,886. Equals 15,234. Decimal 4,348. Multiplied with 6,638. Equals 28,862,024. Minus 4,173. Equals 28,857,851. Decimal 373. Plus 5,641. Equals 6,014. Modded by 1,643. Equals 1,085. Decimal 982. Divided by 91. Equals 10.791208791208791209. Modded by 6096. Equals 10. Decimal 2417. Divided by 9257. Equals 0.2610997083288322235. Divided by 1772. Equals 0.00014734746519685. Decimal 6841. Multiplied with 5125. Equals 35,060,125. Modded by 3060. Equals 2089. Decimal 7678. Divided by 2796. Equals 2.746065808297567954. Modded by 1107. Equals 2. Decimal 2489. Divided by 935. Equals 2.662032085561497326. Plus 4950. Equals 4952.662032085561497396. Decimal 4708. Plus 4926. Equals 9634. Plus 421. Equals 10,055. Decimal 8441. Multiplied with 4234. Equals 35,739,194. Minus 9,000. Equals 35,730,186. Decimal 393. Modded by 8,355. Equals 393. Multiplied with 5,495. equals 2,159,535. Decimal 9,386 plus 6,350 equals 15,736 minus 8,050 equals 7,686. Decimal 7,246 divided by 9 equals 805.1111111111111105 plus 6,889 equals 7,694.11111111111116. Decimal 9,921 multiplied with 3,653 equals 36,241,413. Modded by 199 equals 130. Decimal 6,784 divided by 4,119 equals 1.647001699441612042 multiplied with 4,817 equals 7,933.607186210245205249. Decimal 554 multiplied with 5,235 equals 2,900,190 minus 4,570 equals 2,895,620. Decimal 2222 exclusive or 1,591 equals 3,737 modded by 3,746 equals 3,737. Decimal 6,779 or 2910 equals 7,039 modded by 1789 equals 1,672. Decimal 7,890 not and with 1,486 equals 6,973 divided by 8,155 equals 0.8550582464745555487. Decimal 8,870 minus 5,816 equals 3,054 multiplied with 1,338 equals 4,086,252. Decimal 3,517 exclusive or 8,724 equals 12,201 multiplied with 6,903 equals 84,223,503. Decimal 954 and 4,984 equals 824 or 5,249 equals 6,073. Decimal 8,510 not or 6,972 equals 1,217 exclusive or 2331 equals 3,546. Decimal 8,632 not or 9,011 equals 7,236 modded by 1,179 equals 162. Decimal 7,244 and 116 equals 68 modded by 9,443 equals 68. Decimal 2,962 exclusive or 3,340 equals 1,694 not or 5,954 equals 2081. Decimal 466 divided by 2152 equals 0.216542750929368803 minus 7504 equals negative 7503.783457249070631967. Decimal 6431 minus 9933 equals negative 3502 divided by 8730 equals negative 0.4011454754752279496. Decimal 4305 divided by 632 equals 6.811708860759493671 minus 5298 equals negative 5291.1882911392405062222. Decimal 2677 modded by 3920 equals 2677 divided by 6540 equals 0.4093272171253822263. Decimal 624 exclusive or 9774 equals 9310 and 3983 equals 1038. Decimal 7311 not or 1395 equals 512 exclusive or 7852 equals 7340. Decimal 420 modded by 7795 equals 420 or 559 equals 943. Decimal 4791 and 5561 equals 4273 modded by 2018 equals 237. Decimal 8865 plus 1850 equals 10715 exclusive or 7657 equals 13362. Decimal 2287 multiplied with 2077 equals 4,750,099 modded by 9991 equals 4374. Decimal 1039 not and with 8422 equals 16377 exclusive or 1178 equals 15203. Decimal 1468 modded by 3005 equals 1468 minus 9179 equals negative 7711. Decimal 9353 divided by 5806 equals 1.610919738201860145 not and with 9062 equals 16,383.999984741210937. Decimal 7530 and 7379 equals 7234 and 7871 equals 7170. Decimal 9735 or 6710 equals 15,927 divided by 3780 equals 4.213492063492063492. Decimal 1732 and 5018 equals 640 minus 6917 equals negative 6277. Decimal 8939 plus 8379 equals 17318 minus 4199 equals 13,119. Decimal 6,579 plus 9,459 equals 16,038. Not and with 6,940 equals 9,723. Decimal 6,396 exclusive or 3,453 equals 5,505. Not and with 8,495 equals 16,126. Decimal 740 or 1,534 equals 2046. Not or 9,094 equals 6,145. Decimal 8,891 and 1844 equals 560 or 7,916 equals 7,932. Decimal 7,594 not and with 2906 equals 5,877. Not and with 3,549 equals 6,954. Decimal 1,457 not or 8,445 equals 6,658 and 4,339 equals 4,098. Decimal 390 and 5,825 equals 128 minus 1,633 equals negative 1,505. Decimal 7,489 not or 5,024 equals 30. Not and with 7,400 equals 8,183. Decimal 702 or 2218 equals 2750 or 5,799 equals 7,871. Decimal 69 or 4,934 equals 4,935 plus 6,318 equals 11,253. Decimal 9,082 not and with 6,631 equals 16,029 multiplied with 8,664 equals 138,875,256. Decimal 2145 modded by 629 equals 258 or 5,699.
If you enjoyed this sleepy mathematics on autonomia mathematics on dislike or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Please be aware that implementing changes may be in progress on all channels and works in progress on all contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.